We're ready now.
Thank you very much. Let's see, can you start us off?
Morning, Commissioners, District 1,
We'll be absent today.
District 2,
It's 8 minutes out.
District 3.
Here.
Welcome. District 4,
We will be on this afternoon.
District 5,
Present.
District 6. Here. District 7. Here. District 8. Here. District 9.
District 9 is present.
District 10.
Tip is going to be remote today.
District 11.
Thank you.
District 12.
Present.
District 13. Present. District 14. Here. And place 50.
I'm here.
Form, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Commissioners. Today is Thursday, March 2nd, 2023. Exactly 9:10 a.m. This is a briefing of the Dallas City Planning Commission. As always, this is the time for questions for staff. From commissioners, we have any comments. As always, it's those to the hearing. As we said earlier this morning, Commissioners, welcome. This is back to the future. In fact, this very little room, I think I was speaking to Commissioner Young or someone earlier today, that this is where I learned how to be a commissioner, frankly. Wasn't out there at the horseshoe, it was back here, in between meetings, during breaks, during lunch, having interaction with staff and other commissioners. Very helpful, I hope, for our new commissioners. We do have one new commissioner today, Commissioner Herbert. Welcome to the Planning Commission. We all very much look forward to working with you, sir. Thank you. I know you're already kind of an insider, but feel free to reach out if you need me out.
I would benefit, appreciate it.
Commissioners, the way it had worked before is, these are more or less kind of our seats. So sit wherever you want, but just kind of know that this is going to be your seat. Yeah, this will be your seat. As always, during the briefings, if you have a question, the way it worked before, you just kind of raise your hand, and then I will see you, and I'll write your name down. And then when we get to the questions, I'll go right in the order of when I saw you. So with that, we're going to rearrange the docket just a little bit. Try to get all the briefings in first, and we'll start out with the city attorney's office. Good morning.
Let me just try to share my PowerPoint with you. So we're going to do a little ethics presentation today. The Code of Ethics, first of all, my name is Laura Morrison. I'm with the Dallas City Attorney's Office. I've been working in General Counsel in the City Attorney's Office for 14 years. And with me, I have Daniel Moore. He's going to be going over some of the conflicts of interest provisions in the Code of Ethics. As you probably have heard, Chapter 12A, the city's Code of Ethics, was revised back in December of 2021. City Council approved an ordinance amending the chapter, so we're going to go over some of those changes. Y'all probably heard some of those changes. A lot of that came out of the mayor's ethics task force that he appointed, that was headed up by Mr. Timothy Powers, who is currently serving as the chair of the Ethics Advisory Commission. So let's get started. This is the new organization of Chapter 12A. These are the different articles. We're not going to go through every one of them because some of them don't apply to you currently as to our current city officials. But we're going to hit what's probably most important for y'all for today. Article 1 is our declaration of policy and definition. The statement of purpose has not changed. It's just that it's the city's policy for city officials to be independent, impartial, and responsible only to the people of the city of Dallas. And city officials assume the public's trust and shall respect the value and integrity of everyone. And then on to Article 2, which is our code of conduct, actions of others, and ethics commitments. And we'll go through these sections one by one because they're all really important. Division 1 is the code of conduct, and then we have actions of others that we'll hit, and then our commitments. Section 12A-3 speaks to our fiduciary duty in performance of official duties. City officials and employees shall fulfill a fiduciary duty to the city, and that's to act in the best interest of the city during your duties. The standards of behavior can be found listed in section 12A-4, and these were added back, I believe, in 2017. And that's to operate with integrity, to uphold all laws and regulations, to protect and enhance the city's ability to accomplish its mission, treat all others with respect, be a responsible steward of taxpayer resources, take no action that could personally benefit the city official or employee, avoid even the appearance of a conflict of interest, and we'll go over more specific conflicts of interest here in a minute. Consider the public perception of personal and professional actions and strive for professional and personal growth. 12A-4 goes on to list the standards of civility. These were also added, I think, in 2017. And these are to accord the utmost respect and courtesy to each other, to city officials, employees, the public, and anyone doing business with the city of Dallas. Make no comments or take actions that are abusive, belligerent, crude, personal attacks upon character, profane, slanderous, or threatening. We are working on our second round of edits to the Code of Ethics, and that's a long list of descriptors, and we're going to slow that down a little bit, I think, to preserve order and decorum. Bear with me, we have some technical issues. There we go. Treat city employees as professionals without interfering with anyone's work, impairing the ability of employees to implement city council's policies, influencing employees in the making of their recommendations and their decisions, or criticizing employees' performance in public, or berating or admonishing any employees. The standards of civility also include these provisions here, that city officials shall work through the city manager, the city secretary, the city attorney, the city auditor, and the inspector general, or whatever applicable department director to obtain information or request assistance with projects, rather than through the city employee directly. This does not apply to professional administrative assistants in the city council. And because independent advice, this is important, I think especially for this body, because independent advice from boards and commissions is essential to the public decision-making process, city council members are not supposed to be using their position to influence your deliberations and decisions, or demand that you vote as requested by the city council member, or threaten any one of you with removal. This does not limit a city council member's ability to work with you. I've been legal counsel for this commission a number of times, and I know that often on, especially the big zoning cases, and especially in authorized hearings, you might work closely with your council member, and that of course is okay. Sometimes it is important to have a collaborative approach. This is just a reminder that Chapter 8 also has a provision when dealing with city employees, and it just says that under no circumstance shall members of a commission interfere in any manner with the employees or personnel who work with or under the commission, but they shall in all cases make their wishes known to the head of the department, who then shall handle the matter with that employee, the same as in other employee personnel issues. And then a reminder that if a legal opinion has been rendered by your legal counsel, which is the city attorney's office, regarding a board's powers, duties, or responsibilities, that board shall perform its actions in accordance with the opinion of the city attorney, unless such opinion is in conflict with the decision by the court. And then Section 12A-5 is just our anti-discrimination clause. We do have a chapter in the city code that deals with anti-discrimination, but we thought in 2021 or, well, I should say that city council thought in 2021 that it was important to also have it in the code of ethics. And that's just that we don't discriminate here in the city of Dallas based on any protected or quasi-protected class. And then this is the same, that retaliation is prohibited if anyone participates in any ethics proceedings, that retaliation cannot be against you. And then it's not only a violation to follow, it's also a violation to use another person, to violate 12A, to induce another person to violate the code of ethics, to assist another person to violate the code of ethics, or even to conspire with another person to violate the code of ethics. And then you have a duty to report if you absolutely know that someone has violated chapter 12A. You can report that to the IG's fraud, waste, and abuse hotline. You can call the IG directly, or their email, and failure to report is also a violation. And then this is just a reminder that every 2 years you have to complete ethics training. So fortunately, this serves as, you know, whether you're due for it or not, this will serve as your ethics training. So you're going to be good for another 2 years. When we are finished with this presentation, I'm just going to walk over to the city secretary's office to get that affidavit for you to fill out, and I'll pass it around so that you can fill that out. And anyone who's attending remotely, we'll make sure that that affidavit gets emailed so that everyone can turn that into Yolanda so that she can submit it to the city secretary's office so that you can get credit for being here today for this training. And then this just says that everyone should have access to chapter 12A. If you don't, please let me know. If you don't know where to find it, on the city attorney's website, if you have a hard copy of it, you can also let me know that as well. And then the pledge, everyone here is going to see the pledge. And now I'm going to hand it off to Daniel Moore. He's going to go over the conflicts of interest in Article 3.
Thanks, Laura. And Article 3 has all the conflicts of interest, and we'll go over each of these sections individually. So, gifts you cannot accept, solicit, or agree to accept any gift that tends to influence or is intended to influence your conduct, and you cannot accept cash, gift card, negotiable instrument for anyone who's seeking to do business in the city. So this is the general rule that you cannot do, but then chapter 12A has some exceptions of gifts that you can accept. So these are reimbursement for travel expenses, public award for public service, loan from a lending institution, provided that it's, you know, on the same terms as people, if the rest of the general public, scholarships or fellowships, admissions to an event, gifts of nominal value that's under $50, honorariums, and tickets that do not violate that general rule, that is, that it's trying to influence your official decision. You must not take or refrain from taking an action that you know will result in a personal benefit to a relative or a person with whom you have a financial business relationship. And if this is the case, you must recuse and you must disclose it. And then the code defines personal benefit to mean a benefit knowingly solicited, accepted, or agreed to be accepted for the purpose of influencing or refrain from influencing your official action. And then again, there are exceptions to this general rule. These are personal benefits that can be accepted. So salaries, compensation, and other employee benefits, campaign or political contributions, hospitality that is unrelated to your official business, public awards, ceremonial symbols of recognition, lending institution, trade publications, and anything that's inherited. And then state law also provides some requirements of ethics. So in addition to Chapter 12A, you cannot vote on a matter that involves a substantial business interest or real property. And state law requires you to file an affidavit disclosing that interest, and it defines it as a substantial business interest is 10% of the stock or $15,000. And then Chapter 12A has some miscellaneous conflicts of interest.
Not been verified.
So you can acquire an interest, economic or otherwise, in any matter that you know where the interest will be affected by an action by CPC, or that an action by CPC will affect that for 1 year after the date of the action. You cannot do reciprocal favors, so you can't, pinky promise, I'll do X if you do Y. So any agreements or understandings with another person is a violation, and you cannot, within 12 months of becoming a commissioner, award in a contract to participate in a matter that will benefit your former employer, And then something that probably will come up to time for you all is if you're in the area of notification, you cannot participate in the matter. And that is if you own property, rent property, or have any other kind of economic interest in a piece of property that is in the notification area. And then donations to the city are encouraged, but donors should not expect any kind of reward for their donation. The donations cannot be an attempt to influence or reasonably tend to influence your official conduct, and donations made to the city cannot be earmarked for use by specific council members. So donations should be gratuitous in nature. Nepotism, you cannot appoint or influence the appointment of a relative for employment for a quasi-judicial board or commission, and you cannot be the immediate supervisor of any relative. And state law also has some prohibitions against nepotism that would prevent you from confirming the appointment or voting for the appointment of someone who is within the third degree of consanguinity or second degree with affinity. And then any confidential information that you receive as a CPC commissioner, you cannot knowingly disclose or disclose a certified agenda recording or discussion that was had during a closed meeting. And then you cannot represent a group or entity other than yourself, your spouse, or relative before a commission or before staff that has responsibility for making recommendations to your board or commission. And you may not represent any person, group, or entity besides yourself, spouse, child, or domestic partner in litigation and when the city is a party if that interest is adverse to the city. You may not there's conflicting outside employment. You cannot solicit, accept, engage in any outside employment that would impair your judgment unless it's your primary source of income. And then you may not use city property, resources, equipment, supplies for private purposes, including political purposes, and you may not obtain an incentive offered by the city unless it's available to the general public writ large. And then because it's election season coming up, has some political activities, and I believe the city secretary's office sent out a memo, I think it was last week, but we're just going to go over some of those real quick. So you cannot use your position with the city on behalf of a candidate for endorsement, but you can win their name as long as it is not the office that's used. You may not solicit or receive contributions on behalf of a political party or political committee. You may not influence a subordinate to participate in an election campaign or refrain from doing so, but you can encourage people to vote. Prohibited interests in contracts. You individually may not submit a bid or proposal to a contract with the city and may not negotiate or enter into any contract with the city or participate in the negotiation of contract with a former employee during their first year of service with the city. And then ex parte communications, because this board because CPC does wear its quasi-judicial function, there is ex parte communications that are prohibited. You cannot speak with someone in an ex parte matter prior to that matter coming before for CPC, but this rule does not apply to city staff who communicate with those people prior before CPC. And then if you have any conflict under Article 3, you have to recuse and disclose that, or Article 2. And one of the city secretary's office explains that. And I will hand it back over to Laura.
Still, we're not gonna go over Articles 4 and 5 because right now, these articles don't apply to you. Article 4, I just think you should take note is our rules having to do with former city officials, employees. So you will be that one day, and I'll just, I would say, when it's time for you to leave your service with us, definitely go over that article on your way out and let us know if you have any questions. There are some very specific rules, some do's and don'ts when you leave your service with the city for within 1 year leaving. But then also just keep in mind any confidential information you learn during your service with the city, that has to remain confidential forever. And then we are gonna go over the reporting requirements because we get a lot of questions about the reporting requirements. Chapter or section 12A40 has a list of different city officials, different boards and commissions who have to submit a financial disclosure report. City plan commission members, y'all fall under this. So this is an annual filing that's due April 30th of every year to the city secretary. And then the inspector general can grant an extension. So that's a new, that's something new since 2021. Now, if nothing has changed in your financial disclosure report for the next 5 years, you have the option to submit this short form in lieu of the annual disclosure. And that's just an affidavit stating that anyone can go back to your previously filed financial disclosure because nothing has changed. And you could do that for 5 years. Now, 5 years, if 6 years have gone by and still nothing has changed, you have to go back and do the full financial disclosure. And again, that's due every year, April 30th to the city secretary. If you have gifts to report, you should put that on your gift report. This is a quarterly report that's due to the city secretary. You must file even if no reportable gifts were received, just stating that you have received no reportable gifts for that quarter. Your first quarter gift report, you can use the annual financial disclosure for that, so you don't have to file both in that first quarter. You can just do that on your financial disclosure. Donations, I don't know if this body really receives donations on behalf of the city, but a donation report is required if you receive a donation to the secretary or the city manager. And then if you travel, there's a travel report. So this is any person in connection with your official duties. If you accept a trip or excursion to a location and it's gotta be greater than 50 miles away from Dallas, that involves the gratuitous provision of transportation, accommodations, entertainment, meals or refreshments that's paid for by a person or entity other than a public agency. I know that we often send commissioners, the planning department does, we send some commissioners to the American Planning Association conference, but that's something that the city is sending you to, so you don't have to put that on your travel report because that's a public agency that's paying for that. And then if you fail to timely file your report as required under the article, or if you file a report with incomplete or misleading or incorrect information on it, that is a violation of the Code of Ethics. And now we're going to go over Article 7 quickly, just so that you know what the role of legal counsel is when it comes to ethics. The City Attorney's Office acts as the legal counsel to the Ethics Advisory Commission. I serve in this capacity right now. I've been doing that for a number of years. So, like you have Daniel with you when y'all meet for your commission meetings, when the EAC meets, I'm with them. We have this new division of the Inspector General, so you probably know that the City Attorney's Office has historically had two divisions, general counsel and litigation, and now we have this third division of the inspector general, this is new. The council, well, newish now, I would say, the council approved this in the ordinance on December 8th, 2021. And it used to be that if someone wanted to file an ethics complaint against a city employee or a city official, that person would just file that either anonymously to the fraud, waste, and abuse hotline, or non-anonymously to the city secretary's office, and then it was up to that person to kind of prosecute that complaint in front of the EAC, which wasn't a very good system. So now we have the inspector general who will actually do some active investigations. If he gets a tip or a complaint filed with him, he will investigate, he and his staff, I should say, investigate. Our inspector general, his name is Bart Beavers. He's been working with us for about a year now, and he has been conducting these investigations. He submits quarterly reports to the EAC and to the city council and the city manager. He prosecutes suspected violations. He's able to issue subpoenas and issue advisory opinions, make recommendations regarding facetious complainants. We do get that sometimes, probably aware. He supervises the chief integrity officer, which is the person, we had a chief integrity officer and then she gave her notice, so we've been trying to fill that position. And this is gonna be the person who works under the IG, who's gonna start taking over a lot of the training, mostly for city employees, when it comes to ethics. And then, you know, the IG investigates and enforces any case of retaliation. So the IG issues two types of different advisory opinions. There are and that's confidential and that's a particular situation. And then the IG also issues these in concert with the rest of general counsel, the city attorney's office. General advisory opinions, and that's an example of that is what you received from the city secretary. We did that, just putting together the do's and don'ts of political activity since this is an election year, and that serves as a guide. And as long as you act in good faith according to what the advisory opinions tell you is okay, then you can use that as a safe harbor in front of the EAC if it comes to that. And then just keep in mind that especially with confidential advisory opinions, those are only going to be issued based on the facts that you've given. If the facts change, you can no longer depend on that advisory opinion. So always, when you're requesting one, give all the facts and then let the patient know. We have this integrity officer program now, and that's just mostly a training program to ensure that city employees and persons doing business with the city are able to comply with the code of ethics and everyone knows what the rules are. And if you find yourself faced with an ethics complaint that's been filed against you and the inspector general has submitted that to the EAC, you are able to obtain independent legal counsel. The city will pay the reasonable and necessary fees for that legal counsel not to exceed the median hourly rate from the most recent state bar salary survey for this area, as well as the reasonable costs of the attorney from the time the inspector general files the complaint with the EAC through the conclusion of the evidentiary hearing. Although if the EAC finds that you committed the violation, you would have to reimburse the city for those expenses and fees. And then we're not going to go over all of the provisions having to do with the EAC. You know, I just wanted to list this in here so that you know these provisions are out there if you want to see how the EAC is created, what the composition and what the jurisdictional powers are. They do submit an annual report, just like all the other boards and commissions are required to do. And then Article 9 talks about how the investigations proceed, the hearing procedures, the rules for the hearings, and how the complaints are disposed of. And then 10 is the enforcement, culpable mental state, and the list of penalties that could be assessed against someone who has been found to violate the code of ethics. And then here is an email address that you can submit any requests for advisory opinions, or if you needed to contact the IG for any reason. And then there's a website there. That's a new website for our new Inspector General. That concludes the presentation, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Holmes, any questions of the regular appointment? Commissioner Hand joined us today at 9:15, Commissioner Craig at 9:30. Good morning. Questions? Commissioner Sanders, please.
I just wanted to ask, is this available to us, this PowerPoint?
Yeah, I'll send it to Yolanda,
Okay.
so that she can disseminate it to the members.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So much now for making the good disclosure reports for them.
Thank you for that.
Yes, thank you, you guys are all there. Yeah, we did annual financial disclosure, good disclosure report.
I mean, I don't know, that's, all I can really say is that's what city council wanted. If I had to guess, it might be because if you're asked at the end of the year to think of everything you've received throughout the calendar year, if you're not good at your record, that might be really difficult. That's my guess, but that's a good question.
Is it possible to facilitate that a little bit? I know that some of us, we get those emails and would it be within the rules that maybe have those forms here? They won't come and we just go right over there to the office and have those registered. So, you just, I remember when it was a yearly thing and it was just so simple, and now every quarter it seems.
Yeah, I think that's possible. Maybe that's something we can talk to staff about, to make it, just to have those here at different things, to make it easy. Right. Yeah, no, that's probably a good idea.
Commissioner Young, please.
Have they adjusted the dates that you reported for the quarterly gift report? Used to be that you had to file on the 30th and the report sometimes ran through the 31st.
I don't think the dates were adjusted in the latest. I will say there are gonna be, some new amendments to the code of ethics. We're currently working with, Councilmember Mendelson's, ad hoc committee on general investigation and ethics right now, to go over, some more changes, so anticipate that in, I don't know, the near future, sometime this year, going to council. So you'll probably be getting another ethics training after those, amendments.
Laura, so, I don't know, on the calendar, if you said sometime this year, is it?
It's anticipated, we don't have a date set right now for our next ad hoc committee meeting. We anticipate it being this month. But then there's no timeline after that. We're hoping to get council action as soon as we can.
Commissioner Sanders, please.
I have a question, it's just I'm curious about it. The first sentence in the ethics statement on what you have is about fiduciary duty. And it says you have a fiduciary duty to the city. Well, what is the definition in that of the city? Is that to the people of Dallas? Is that to the entity of City Hall? What is it?
Yeah, that's a good question. That is to the city of Dallas as a municipal entity.
And what does that represent? I mean, is that a geographical area or is that the people? Me. And I'm really not trying to be silly. I'm saying, am I? I don't know how to put it.
Right, you don't have a fiduciary duty to every person who lives or works within the geographical limits of Dallas. It's the corporate entity that is the city of Dallas, so just think City Hall. Yeah.
Okay.
I've never had that question.
Please, Vice Chair.
Just a couple quick questions. You know, when we consult with you as Daniel, as the city attorney, assistant city attorney who's assigned to us on ethics questions, are those consultations privileged? Or are those subject to attorney-client privilege?
Yeah.
So if I ask you an ethics question, you couldn't disclose it to anyone else around this table, right?
That's correct.
That's correct. However, I will put the caveat out there that you enjoy, attorney-client privilege, not just with Daniel, but we work as a team because some ethics questions are not super cut and dry, as I'm sure that y'all have experienced. So we kind of have a team internally in general counsel where, you know, if Daniel doesn't know the answer, he'll bring it to us and we can kind of debate it. Because it's important not, I think, to answer your question quickly, but to answer it correctly, so.
And then with respect to the IG's office, if we have inquiries or requests of opinion from them, is that also subject to privilege?
Yes.
Great.
Next question. Any other questions for the folks? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioners, we'll now go to our next briefing. Going to amendments number 7. That's number 39.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't as fun as originally used to, and then it got. But so originally you just measure from finishing.
Yeah.
You can go with that. Yeah, got those. Piece of cake.
Sweet. We're ready. So, good morning.
Good morning, thank you, Chair Schmidt, thank you, City Planning Commission. This is our second briefing for building that measurement on this afternoon. Hearing. So I'll be brief in the presentation, I'm going to go over a few of the questions we received since the last briefing, and then turn it over to the body for questions. There was a delay between when I hit the button and when we actually changed, so bear with me on that. It looks like it's just the big screen. Okay. So of course, the request is consideration of amending the Dallas Development Code, section 51A-2.102 definitions, section 51A-4.4 building height and related regulations to modify how building height is measured, how grade is established. ZOAP did discuss this and review these amendments at 4 separate meetings in May and October 2022. But of course, this item was briefed in January. Scheduled for February public hearing, where we had, I think they called it the bomb cyclone this time. They always have new names. So we got pushed to this morning. And as you most likely recall, the proposed amendments originate from the inspections of the Department of Development Services. We started out here at this pretty plan issue. We talked a lot about it. Like I'm just going to jump into update. So we got a lot of questions about this note at the top of the screen. This note is master building height section, and it essentially staff is recommending that we delete this note because this note directs you to go look at the district regulations to see how RPS affects the structures that are contained within subsection A2, paragraph A2 actually. then those district regulations all essentially immediately exempt all of the items in paragraph A2 from RPS restrictions. So we did some research, some further research. This note has been present in chapter 51A. So as long as chapter 51A has been around, it's just kind of been there. We can't really find any purpose for it other than just to direct it to the district regulations. So we also had some discussions with building inspections and kind of based on how they read this and how they review things. You read this note, you go to the district regulations, which you have to go to the district regulations anyway to find your maximum height. So it just kind of sends you to the place you're going already. And if you're not here at this note, you're in your district regs. So deleting the note wouldn't have any impact on how the ordinance is going to homes or how I got to say would be. And again, you've got to read through your district regs to get to your maximum height. The RPS section is always the first part of the height section of your district regulations. So reading top to bottom, you're going to hit yes first and find out what you can do with these items, with these structures under RPS. And that the basic rule is if RPS is limiting height, these items can exceed the lower of the maximum structure height or RPS, but no, it's either under the maximum structure height or it's under RPS, whichever one is, it can exceed the shorter of the two. We did some further research into our conservation districts. We looked at all of the different CDs in the city. There aren't 20, there's 17 of them, but our numbers stick around a little bit. So some of the CDs, many of the CDs refer to chapter 51A for their grade and building height definitions. So in those areas, there may be some changes in how it's measured, how grade is established. But of course, for all of those conservation districts, you have non-conforming structure regulations that apply to kind of determine how those structures are treated after a change in code and development code. And then we do have one editorial change. This is, we are recommending approval as brief for this because we did, after a lot of rereading and rereading again, we just weren't comfortable with the structure of our revised proposed amended grade definition. I got confused reading it. I know Sarah got confused reading it and what we wrote today. So as we kind of circle back around with Commissioner Hampton's assistance, we have landed on the lower red box. So I'm just going to read that so it's on the record. So the revised, reworded editorial change between your case report and between the briefing is grade means the average of the highest and lowest points of the finished ground surface elevation on a building site measured within an area extending 6 feet outward from a structure. When located less than 6 feet from a structure, measurement of this area ends at abutting lot lines, right-of-way lines, or a floodplain as defined by Article 5. When a site contains multiple structures, additions constructed in phases, or uneven ground story finished floor levels, grade is determined for each structure, phase, or ground story finished floor level. So that's what it says. Essentially, the current way of measuring, of establishing grade is to take the average of the highest and lowest points at your exterior corners of the structure. What the proposed change is doing is taking that, instead of being at the corners of the structure, you go out 6 feet and you take the highest and lowest points within that 6 foot area from the structure. But if you hit a lot line, a right of way line, a floodplain line before you go 6 feet, you stop at that one. But if there's multiple, if within 6 feet there's a lot line, or a floodplain line, and then a lot line, you're going to stop at the nearest of those stacking, cascading lines to get that measurement. So we pulled the 6 feet, of course, from the international codes from the IBC and IRC. They have I would call it an infinitely more complex way of determining how many different points you get. We wanted to keep it simple. We used to have the highest and lowest. Continue that. We're just changing it from the exterior corners to going out 6 feet. And then this change from the case report to the briefing is purely a structure and editorial change. There's no substantive difference between the as briefed and the case report versions. It's just clearer, and we read it, it kind of makes a little more sense. As much as any of this makes sense when you just read it. So with that, I didn't want to go ahead and just jump to questions. Our recommendation is approval as brief. But we're here for any and all questions.
Thank you. So we had a discussion about this definition. So if a retaining wall is within 3 feet from the structure, you would still go past the retaining wall and go to the 6 foot point.
That is correct. We removed the word retaining wall from that definition because we don't need to, we're not stopping at a retaining wall, so we don't need to talk about retaining walls. It'd be the same as if there was a tree, you don't want a tree, you go to the 6 feet. So we took out the retaining wall, I guess. You're gonna go 6 feet or right away lot line or floodplain line. If that takes you off the retaining wall, you're gonna go down to the bottom. If it takes you up to the top of the retaining wall, you're gonna go up.
Thank you.
I want to walk through the interaction of the exemption from the district height, puncturing of the district height, if you will, and the puncturing of the residential proximity stuff. If this passes, we start with 4.408A2, and that says, right here are half a dozen or a dozen structure elements that are permitted to puncture the district height by up to 12 feet, or in some cases, less than 12. And we then go to the district regulations. I've got CR pulled up here. And start out with any portion of the structure over 26 feet in height, that portion may not be located above the residential proximity zone. So that would say, all right, these are portions of structures, so they cannot exceed residential proximity slope. And then there's an exception, except for chimneys. Structures listed in 4.408A2 may project through the slope to a height not to exceed the maximum structure height of 12 feet above the slope, whichever is less. So what I hear you telling us is that by virtue of the limitation of that exception to portions that are under the structure height, that the RPS will apply above the district height.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and you're confident that building inspection is not going to say, well, you're allowed to puncture the district height by 12 feet, and the district height includes the RPS, so therefore you're entitled to puncture the RPS by 12 feet.
I'm confident. So, yes, we discussed that with them. And it's the lower of the two.
They want to order the copy. Hey. Thank you.
I mean, it does say, and has always said, whichever is less. So that is the practice and the teachings that go on in development services, that this exception only applies to whichever is less.
What I'm concerned about is since RPS is part of district height, building inspection office saying, you look first at CR, whatever you can do, now 4408A2, say you can go 12 feet above.
So between now and the vote hearing, I'll track down the I. But I think that the other piece of this is in Romanet 2 of the district height regs is maximum height. First part is unless further restricted under subparagraph Romanet 1. I think you always have to go back to to run one, just RPS, and that's gonna tell you you can go 12 feet above max structure. You can go out 408A2 and go 12 feet above max structure height, or you can go 12 feet above RPS, whichever is less.
And last question, am I right that chimneys have always been allowed to puncture both right up to 12 feet?
Not always, but there is, I don't remember the year, but there was an environment for currently. There's no change. Would happen to that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners, on this? Okay, please, Commissioner Taylor.
Okay, so the other thing that we talked about was fill. And the changes don't this amendment doesn't change as how fill is necessary, but I think there are some of us not in the development world that don't really know what it means. Fill material not necessary to make the site developable. And, I've heard concerns that is a concept that could be manipulated. So can you talk about, others have heard the same thing? Can you talk about why you're not proposing any changes and sort of how you think that fill, as we move 6 feet away from corners of the structure, cannot be manipulated?
So, yes, there's potential that, whether or not a specific amount of fill material is necessary or not to make a site developable is opinion. And that opinion would be two engineers, determining whose opinion is correct. While we're not directly affecting that, by taking that measure out 6 feet, we're now adding, I don't know, the math is exponential on how much more fill you would need if you were gonna try to game the system. And I'm gonna bring in a whole bunch of fill, I'm gonna get my engineer to say it's necessary for development, and I'm gonna get myself an extra 5 feet of height. Today, you just need to do that to your footprint because we're taking the highest and lowest at the exterior corners. If the proposed amendments are approved, then you can't just do that at your site, you're gonna have to go 6 feet out, which is going to be, again, out of the math is exponential, about that area, how much more. You've got a 10 by 10 square, now instead of being 10 by 10, you're actually, math again, 22 by 22. So it's gonna make it more difficult, not directly, but indirectly.
But you're saying you could do that now, just underneath the building, so that whole concept, you just have to raise up a larger area, but it is able to be done now. Will continue to be able to be done in the future, just with a larger footprint.
That's correct. I think a determined actor can find a hole anywhere. The ordinance is 2,000 pages. There's a lot of white space. So I think that, I think the finished ground surface elevation that has that fill material necessary, not necessary to make site available, was introduced to try to prevent that from happening. And I think it has largely been successful. So I think that, we're not proposing to change that because we think that it has been fairly successful
Who makes that determination?
on if the fill is necessary.
So, obviously, this is in our zoning ordinance, so the zoning plans examiner that's looking at the building, trying to determine if the building is complying with maximum height. We'll look at that, look at how the site is generally sloping, if there's anything that's concerning, and if they do see something that they want an engineer to verify, they'll ask the staff engineers, that work for development services, like, hey, do you think this fill material is necessary for the site? And then they will, ask those questions if that is determined to be necessary. Or not, you know, at plain view.
Sarah, can I ask you something? So what if, let's assume everybody decides, okay, Bill, we go around the system and gaming it, and let's say two engineers say, okay, you feel this need, and you game it, and it's game you feet. What does it mean in terms of water retention, detention, utilities? What does it do to the other properties? How expensive it is to do that? Like, what does it really mean? Because it does have implications on, you still need to retain water on the property. You're not allowed to dump in a bunch of people's property. So for those 5 feet, what are you actually gaining or losing? Money.
Right, so, fill material necessary for development, maybe for drainage, maybe for a fire lane that needs, you know, a flat roadway or ADA accessibility, or it could be, that the soil is a lot of clay and they need to dig out the clay soil to have a solid concrete foundation with select fill material. There's a whole bunch of engineering and building reasons for fill material, and for retaining walls and various things. But what the proposed amendments do is, instead of looking just at the structure, you get to go out 6 feet, or to the property line, if it's within 6 feet, and consider it more holistically, to see if, you know, there's a little hill that's bringing up the site, even if it is necessary for development. If that little bitty hill to prop up the foundation is necessary, it's still gonna be included with this, with the proposed amendments, because we're gonna go 6 feet out. With the proposed.
Commissioner Sarah.
Yeah, okay, we've had 2 cases in here that I recall. Like Sprouts was one where they were grading things. We just had one in District 6 where there were grading issues. Okay, given that, where you have a lot exempt, I'm curious, if someone built what we would call in the old days a split level building or house, either one. So it's like this. What would you consider? Are you saying, and because I want to use this as an example, because it's a concern of mine. Are you saying you're going to take the average of this one 6 feet out? I mean, and the one that's lower? I mean, how are you going to do it? I don't know how that works.
That's a great question. You want me to? You wanna go first? I'm happy to say that. Yeah.
And did I call the question?
Yeah, no, I'm sure. They had a great question. All right, so today's code just says you take to find grade, you find the highest and lowest points of, you know, grade for the average ground surface elevation of the exterior corners of the structure. So today, the structure would be a split level, you know, but in the proposed, and so, sorry, let me back up. So because today goes for the structure, there is no advantage to split the levels. It's more advantageous to have a flat. One ground surface elevation, because you're calculated on your whole building. So with the proposed, we do have a second, I guess you're not doing this great. There is the last sentence on grade says, if I can remember what it says. Good. When structures, or when a site contains, multiple structures, additions, constructed in phases, or uneven ground story finished floor levels. Grade is determined for each structure, phase, or ground story finished floor level. So, you know, if you're stepping down, you can have a more like you can,
You could potentially have a higher height stepping down
right,
than what the number of stories, let's say, on the upper level.
well, it would be more consistent with the grade. Yeah, it would, so instead of being short here and tall on the other side, it could be more consistent.
So you're saying that this is more apropos of building split level, going with the grade as opposed to, and that's really what my question was about. I don't want to see a developer come in and go, okay, I'm gonna scoop all of this land away, so I'll get more and build in a pit, that's what I'm saying. So you're saying that this gives an advantage to doing a split level, basically. Right. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One call, question on finished buildings are consolidated. This is moving essentially what's in the code, creating some section, and it still includes the provision that the review plan must be approved by the building official. And so as much as there is a plan that gets established, two engineers, an engineer for the project submits, it goes to building inspection engineers look at it as well, and everyone has to come to an agreement, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then related to that, I mean, there was a lot of discussion, so on how we think about that, how it's being implemented. And the 6 foot was trying to, or the discussion of the 6 foot was also trying to really respond to all of this. Is that a question of the discussion?
Yes.
Thank you. And final question, following up on Commissioner Young's questions, you know, the note 4.408. As we have exceptions, and I think we've been the draft before us in the mechanical rooms and rooftop access, we kind of put in the language regarding compliance with residential proximity slope. It seems like it's trying to capture that same spirit of the note, saying that heights are compliant with residential proximity slope. I guess in looking at that, knowing that our district regulations capture that, would there be any consideration of adding essentially similar language to the districts that says that you can, it's the lower of the RPS for the district heights, just to reinforce that concept, but by keeping it relative to the district, if the district was to change at any point, there would still be, you know, the spirit of that carried forward. Is that anything that was evaluated?
So another thing that's about the note that we haven't really discussed is that the note is in the height regulations. The note's not in residential proximity slope regulations, you know, it's like in a whole different section. And so another thing that concerns staff is that we have this conflicting note that makes you go in a circle and causes confusion, and it's not reinforcing anything. It's just floating out here and causing confusion and extra delays, and it's more of a simplification that I think that we're proposing, that we're trying to make it clearer and easier to understand rather than anything. Because honestly, like, yeah, I've been reading the Dallas Development Code for 16 years now, and I forget it's there because I never go down and read the note. This is at the end of the section. It's not at the top where it's visible. It's at the end. You know, like, nobody's reading this note to say, oh, well, look, let me go back and read the district regulations. It's purely confusing when reading. Yes, sorry.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions for us? Okay, we're hearing number 8. Yeah. I.
Yeah. Well, we do.
This one was actually only 2 feet tall. Because of producer.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, I'm still coming together, trying to.
We're ready. Good morning.
Good morning, thank you, Sheriff. Good morning, commissioners. This morning, I'm going to give a briefing on consideration of amending chapter 51A of the Dallas Development Code, section 51A, that's 4.701D, 2-year limitation to revise the applicability of the 2-year limitation, the standard for the waiver of 2-year limitation and related regulations. There's a big delay, I'm sorry. Okay, so we'll just go over the background and the history, then the purpose of the code amendment, some issues, operational or business concerns that we have, and then staff analysis and summary, and we'll go over zoning ordinance advisory commission recommendation as well as staff's recommendation. Back in May of last year, the City Planning Commission approved the request of Chair Joanna Hampton, Vice Chair Brent Rubin, and Commissioner Michael Young to consider a code amendment of Chapter 51A 4.701D 2-year limitation. And this was to consider revising the applicability of that waiver, the standards, and the related regulations. So the intent of the code amendment is to review the current 2-year waiting period for subsequent zoning changes, including specific use permit applications when the property had been granted approval previously or was denied with prejudice. Sorry about that. Staff has recommendations for the code amendment, and we believe that our recommendations fully support the goal to undergo regulatory review to remove barriers to growth and development for the city of Dallas. Our recommendation directly correlates to the EDP, Economic Development Policy, which is to analyze and improve our development review processes to encourage predictability with the larger goal of leveraging opportunities for commercial and industrial development growth to meet the 10-year demand in the city of Dallas.
Also, our recommendation reduces the number of two-year waiver applications by quite considerably that are presented to CPC. Some of the concerns that we have. So first, what is the existing two-year limitation? Again, it is a waiting period of 2 years for subsequent application requests for property that applies to both approvals that are previously granted on all zoning changes, and again, that includes SUPs, unless the SUP has 2 years or less of the renewal term imposed, because again, the 2-year waiting period is, the waiting period is for 2 years. It also does apply to denials with prejudice. It does not apply to denials without prejudice. So having said that, since the waiting period does not impact our denials without prejudice, you would assume and expect that those applications will come back to you at any time with some sort of a change. It could be just a little tweak, something that you wanted them to go back and take care of that they didn't take care of the first time around. It could be a changed request, somewhere else on the property, or almost exactly what you've already reviewed and looked at. So applying the current 2-year limitation is causing issues right now because, again, the only way that these approvals or denials with prejudice can come back is if the commission grants a waiver. So, that's a process, of course. The commission also must consider what is meant by changed circumstances regarding the property sufficient to warrant a new hearing. And we'll look at that language with the amendment. So applying the 2-year limitation is also causing issues because, again, time is money for the developer. So we've got development delays that are occurring with this waiver process where, when we've looked at our waiver applications, and we looked at it basically for the fiscal years 2020 to 2022, we had 8 waiver applications that were all approved, and yet there were delays that were caused. So we did find that most of the waiver applications are made to correct inconsistencies in the preceding zoning or SUP ordinance. Maybe there's a conflict between, maybe a site plan, the zoning or something. Adjust for changes in market conditions on the property or completely unrelated use to the new application requiring a waiver. So our recommendation is to exempt the granting of approvals from the 2-year limitation. And again, this supports the EDP goal to undergo the regulatory review to remove the barriers of growth and development by several days. Again, it significantly reduces the amount of waiver requests. What we saw from our sample size was 61.5%, or 8 out of 13 applications basically would not come before the commission at all. It significantly reduces the applicant or property owner's development process time. Again, time equals money. I guess we kind of have to say the process is kind of long already. They're required to do 2 public hearings with CP after staff review, and they finally get to that point. They go through city plan commission, and then at whatever point they go on to city council. But let's face it, it's a little bit of a process. Significantly reduces staff review time and processing time, and also CPC review time. Additionally, it will align Dallas with many other cities in the DFW area and our nationwide cities. It allows staff to work with applicants on more equitable and appropriate development requests because, staff will do that. And when they get the applications in, if they know it's not in line with the goals of the city, or appropriate development, they're gonna continue to work with the applicant to get it to CPC and then on to city council with something that hopefully we can support. So, we also looked at adding additional standards to grant a 2-year waiver. We evaluated zoning ordinance advisory committee's recommendation. There's a pretty long list of standards for the commission to consider in granting the waivers that we'll look at. So I did recommend, and staff does not support adding or codifying, let me say that. We don't really want to put those into an ordinance and codify them with the level of detail that it has, because staff's concerned about inconsistency with other cities, unintended consequences. I mean, when you try to put too much in the code, sometimes that is not a good thing, that can really block you in and box you in. Plus, it's additional staff time that we're concerned with for document and review. Staff is open to a reduction of the waiting time period. Again, that's 2 years currently. But we are, we're very open to a reduction of that waiting period because that would align with most of the 15 cities that we researched. And, Atlanta, Austin, Baltimore, Boston, Buffalo, Columbus, El Paso, Fort Worth, Houston, Minneapolis, to name a few, we looked at. And 9 of the 12 cities that have a limitation at all, not all of them did, but the ones who did had this for 1 year. And, those Baltimore, Buffalo, El Paso, Fort Worth, Houston, Philadelphia, San Antonio, San Francisco, and San Jose. And then Austin was a little bit different. They had a limitation for 1.5 years. So on the proposed amendments, there's 2 boxes, and what the main difference is, it's really removing the granting of approvals is really what the main difference is. It looks like a lot of verbiage. But, so basically what it's saying, recommendation is to leave the approvals in by saying, except as provided in subsections D2 and D3, after a final decision is reached by the commission or city council, either granting or denying a request for a change in its zoning district, classification or boundary, no subsequent applications may be considered for that property for 2 years from the date of the final decision. So that's really leaving that paragraph as it is now, with just a verbiage change, from further to subsequent, which just clarifies that. We feel like just a little bit more of it. Staff recommendation, on the other hand, it's the same thing, only we're saying that, after a final decision is reached by the commission or city council, denying a request for a change in a zoning district, classification, or boundary, no subsequent applications may be considered for that property for 2 years from the date of the final decision. And taking paragraph 2, if you leave in the approvals like it is now, then you have to leave the second part to go on to say, if the commission or the city council renders a final decision of denial without prejudice, or if the city council grants a specific use permit and imposes a time limit of 2 years or less, the 2-year limitation is waived. So staff's recommendation is to remove, or if the city council grants a specific use permit and imposes a time limit of 2 years. And the reason is because when you take out the approvals, you do not need that language. That is the only reason why. Because it's really focusing only on denial without prejudice would be the one that would have to go through the 2-year waiver. I'm sorry, would not have to go through, it would be exempt, basically, from the 2-year waiver. So, no boxes here, that everything, for ZOAC recommendation, staff recommendation is the same, and this is just a little bit of wordsmithing. Very, very minor details. The 2-year, we get the hyphen, in that a property owner may grant, may apply for a waiver of the 2-year limitation in the following manner. Second paragraph tells you how to do that. They have to, submit the application, and we're just changing our pronouns here to proper. Applicant, shall submit the request in writing to the director. The director shall inform the applicant of the date on which the commission shall consider the request and shall advise the applicant of the right to appear with the commission. So that's virtually staying the same, just grammatical corrections. So on the second paragraph for B, the ZOAC recommendation is to make a slight change to as the commission may consider the following factors when determining whether to waive the 2-year limitation and grant a new hearing if, and then I'll go through everything else in a minute. Staff recommendation is on B. The commission may waive the 2-year limitation if there are changed circumstances sufficient to warrant a new hearing. Basically removing or taking out regarding the property. And the reason why staff is recommending to take out regarding the property is because historically there has been some conflicts or some different interpretations of what that means, meaning a physical change to the property, like a tornado or, some actual physical event like a flood. And we don't believe that's the intent, but it could be left to be interpreted that way if you leave it regarding the property. And staff has no further recommendations for the consideration of the waiver. Now, we do expect that the commission, staff and the commission, of course, would think about some of these things, but we do not want to codify them. Again, for several reasons, but so some of the lists that ZOAC wanted to see in for the consideration of factors in determining whether to grant a new hearing is: 1, if there are changed circumstances regarding the property, the length of time that has elapsed since the previous zoning decision, if the previous final decision for a change in a zoning district classification or boundary of the property was city initiated. The reason why staff wasn't putting those in, other than, again, we do not want to put details in the code. Virtually no other cities do that. They do not put anything really for the, for the factors to consider. But the length of time that has elapsed since the previous zoning decision is pretty open-ended. I mean, how are you going to, how are you going to measure that when you just say the length of time that has elapsed? What is that? 1 month, is 2 months, is it 6 months? What is it? So we don't really feel like that does anything either. But and then if it's city initiated, we pretty much expect that if it's city initiated, it's going to anyway. Some of the other items, if the previous request was for a specific use permit, again, we would be taking out the approvals anyway. That's staff recommendation. We don't really need that. It doesn't really make a difference. If significant and material changes between the previous and subsequent requests are expected, including but not limited to a change in land area, the nature of the subsequent request, or new circumstances or information has been discovered that were unforeseeable. you know, again, first of all, we have in there already now that if it's denied without prejudice, they're exempt anyway, and so you're expecting them to come back. And again, like I said, it could be a change in land area, but it may not be. And those don't have a waiting period. Why would we do that for our approvals? Why would we, and, you know, why do we need to go through this exercise? It doesn't really make sense in that respect. And then the other thing is that when the commission is looking at the waiver request, they're not judging it, or they're not able to judge it or make a recommendation on the merits of the case at all. It has nothing to do with the request. The waiver is just whether or not you feel that the applicant can come back before 2 years. It's really all you're looking at anything else, the merits of the case. So others, if the previous final decision for a change in a zoning district classification or boundary of the property was not unanimous, and the degree to which public responses to the previous final decision were received. And then other factors in which granting a waiver is not contrary to the public interest. Staff is definitely not recommending that at all. First of all, when a case gets approved, you assume that it was, you know, there's unanimity, it was unanimous. But also, the degree to which public responses were received, it's not fairly weighted on how, as we know, on when you get public responses. It's not always a good representation of the city, because there are a lot of residents who, for whatever reason, and there's so many reasons, that they don't voice their opinion at all. And then some of them just say, oh, we're in favor. And their response, it's just not, we're not looking at that for the waiver request either. That's just not something that, you know, that we would want to go back and judge. That just shouldn't be a factor. And also, whatever the final outcome is of CPC and city council, you should have the expectation that your vote counted and that decision was final. And the applicant shouldn't be able to come back, you know, through a loophole or just to come back and say, well, it wasn't unanimous, so that doesn't count. That's, you know, we need to respect y'all's decisions when you make those decisions. So for those, you know, like I said, for many of those reasons and other, staff is just not supportive of putting any factors in there. But we both are leaving the other verbiage mainly intact. A simple majority vote by the commission is required to grant the request. If a waiver, again, just some clarifying language, if a waiver is granted, the applicant shall follow the procedure for a zoning amendment per this article, or a request for change in a zoning district classification boundary. If the commission denies the request, the applicant may appeal in writing to the city council by filing an appeal with the director.
Just want to jump in here, I think people have noticed it. The slides are slightly outdated from the staff report. So there was wordsmithing at ZOAC. It is in the staff report, page 8, 9, but it's just slightly different.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. May. I did it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that. So, staff is recommending approval of staff's proposed amendments to exempt the approvals from the 2-year waiver and move the item to city council. again, with, no factors added in. We believe if it's not approved, staff, the applicant, CPC will continue to spend unnecessary time with the waiver process, kind of punishing the applicants for having a previously approved development application request that a lot of times is unrelated. Further delaying the development applications, again, we're trying to work on our processes citywide to make things smoother, to make things a little more efficient, so we could be competitive with our surrounding cities. This would leave Dallas with an uncompetitive edge, basically, with other cities, and ultimately risk the loss of development opportunities. Again, time is money for the applicant. Staff, staff time should be made efficient as well. With that, I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Questions, Mr. Rubin?
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is from Ms. Levy or maybe from Ms. Foreman. You talked about staff time. I understand the timeline of when a waiver gets filed to when it gets to the planning commission, but how much active staff time do y'all take to, in terms of, hours to process a waiver application you get today?
To get all the paperwork done, to review the case, to make sure all the contact information and get all the information from the applicant. Probably looking at anywhere from, well, in terms of hours.
I know it's not consistent from
I would say if to sit down, it would probably be maybe 8 hours. I mean, but it takes that to get all the pieces put together, all the research, make sure that the case report is reflecting what the applicant has stated. And in making the case report, we generally, as staff, we're not assessing a land use application. We're not assessing the application that they are wanting to submit. We are simply looking at what the applicant has provided to us to provide to you all, for you all to make that decision. But in doing that, we have to make sure that it's all makes sense in order to put it into the case report for you. And of course, do all of get it on the agenda in the right time frame and in the right format, and a lot of the administrative aspects of it. So.
And I guess if I could ask you to comment on both directions in which this could go, either staff's recommendation or SOAP's recommendation. Let's start off with staff. If you went with staff's recommendation here, how much staff processing time roughly do you think it would take?
I think it'd be significantly less, number one, because we won't have as many applications or need for 2-year waivers, because they would only be coming in if a final decision of denial had been made on the property. So you've got a lot less applications needing to be made. And I addressing the fact of the need for the 2-year waiver, when staff is reviewing or intaking just general zoning application changes, that's something that we are having to, for any applications, we are having to do some research right then and there on the property to see if a 2-year waiver is needed, or to ensure that one is not needed. And so that's something in addition to just this middle of a 2-year waiver. And then as far as putting the case report together for a case that has been denied, the expectation would be from that the applicant would be providing all of the information to make their case to you all. So we would be taking it and inputting that into the case report, because it's not really, it is the decision for whether to recommend an approval or denial of the 2-year waiver is incumbent upon the planning commission. It's not a land use issue.
I mean, it's not based on a land use analysis. And that's what staff is generally recommends on from a professional.
Can I pause you right there for just a second? So you say it's not a land use analysis, but right now staff does provide an analysis of whether it meets a 2-year waiver.
We look into what the applicant has submitted, as to why they need a 2-year waiver and why is it applicable. So we do look into that right now, whether approved or denied.
And how much of the 8-hour estimate does that piece take?
It's having to go back and look at the previous case, looking at in GIS and all the surrounding properties, and basically the case that was either approved or denied prior to. And so it's not just transferring what the applicant has submitted, it's taking it and making it make sense to put to you all.
And then let's just say we go with the SOAC version, and let's not worry about the approval versus, the denial between staff and SOAC, but just the factors that the SOAC recommendation lists. How much, if any, additional time would that add for staff?
Looking at what ZOAC recommended, it would be a lot more research into the history of, and I think putting together data or numbers that really may not be available, that would have to be incorporated. Sarah, you have done a lot of 2-year waivers. Do you want to add anything to the way that we turn these around as staff?
Right. And in addition to what Donna has said, we all, as the planning and urban design department, especially in current planning, we have a lot of customers that come in. And first of all, they want to know, like, what do you think my chances are for getting a waiver? And so there's staff time that, is not included,
Yes.
Donna's thing. And so now if ZOAC's recommendation is approved, part of that factor of what we think, chances are, is gonna have to come from the minutes, the number of responses gathered, all the papers that you receive in your packet. Maybe we have to ask Yolanda for all the emails that get forwarded to CPC. It takes a lot of information to gather to tell somebody what we think your chances are, and whether or not they should ask for it or not. And also to add on to Donna's comment about how on every zoning application that comes before y'all, the intake staff have to check to see if it meets that 2-year waiting period requirement. And if it was just applicable to denials with prejudice, I think that would be a much easier thing to add a layer on our GIS map so that they can just click on the layer, see if, it turns red or whatever. And say like, they haven't met their waiting period yet. And it would save some time for staff, but.
I have something to add on too, because I feel like we're now answering the question. Now we're focusing on, we're not saying that it's hard on staff, we're saying that it's hard on the applicant. So we need to understand that any additional process means more time for the applicant and for the application itself, because it's an additional step. So our staff time, again, it doesn't matter. That staff time may come up to, instead of being a 1-month application, I don't know how many months it takes now, it may become a 3-month application, because we need to do all of this research to provide you with the facts. And then the second one is, we have to be careful, and this is, I know, the language that we have right now is a little bit discretionary, but we want to make sure that we add a lot of transparency to the decision making as well. So again, when we say staff time, we don't mean that, oh, we're lazy, we don't want to do the job. It means that anything we're adding, it may increase the time. So we always have to think about fairness for the applicant, what is the public benefit of it, why do we need it, and all of this.
One last follow-up question, it may have been in the presentation, but maybe it's gone in one ear and out the other, so I apologize. How many denials without prejudice were there in the last 2 years?
All of them, I think how many.
Or denials with prejudice, sorry.
Exactly. I remember probably, let me go back and I'll pull out the staff report, the annual report that we did, and I think we had 2 or 3.
It's less than 5.
Okay, thanks.
Okay,
So, we're waiving with each denial without prejudice, this is automatically waived, so what we're doing, basically, we're adding this 2-year waiting period for approvals. Okay, no, but that's how it plays, we're not adding, exactly. How it applies right now, the 2-year waiting is mostly applicable to approvals. Because with every denial, basically it's denial without prejudice, so they can come back to that.
okay. I have lots of questions here. I have about 25 questions on this, but I'm gonna defer. But I just have one very quick one, just to follow up on my Sharida's question about staff time. Does one staff member generally work these waivers?
Me.
Just you? So I'm curious about, other factors in which granting a waiver is or is not contrary to the public interest. Is that something that you would take on yourself? Or is that, I mean, how do you make this determination? Is that something you would do alone, or do you need someone else? Is it a team effort? Do you need to bring other staff in?
So working through it currently, and I have to, let's see. I need to see what's in front of you guys right now specifically, but, so a little bit of history. Used to the 2-year waivers, staff did not make a recommendation because it was for the city planning commission to make based on the circumstances had changed, physical circumstances of the property had changed, and because it's not necessarily a land use representation of a staff recommendation for the planning commission to make. So as far as right now, no, I take what we get from the applicant and it goes, I put it into the information to give to you all so that you can make that decision. Because it's only as to whether you are allowing someone to submit a zoning application on property that has had a denial or approval acted on within the last 2 years. It's not a zoning change case. It's not a zoning application.
So it's the applicant's testimony now.
Yes.
Basically, just what.
We'll come back to that one. Yeah, Commissioner Frederick, Standard, and Blair.
So I just have one question. How do you decide whether it's a denial with prejudice or a denial without prejudice? It's the standard.
Staff doesn't make a distinction, this is solely a CBC and city council.
How do we, what is the deciding factor that it is with prejudice?
Please.
May I?
Yeah.
My view is always whether the existing zoning is pretty clearly the correct zoning for at least the next 2 years. If the answer is yes, then it's denial with prejudice. If it's, well, this isn't right, but something else might be right, then it's a denial. So that's your person.
But it is a decision that we, the CBC, make.
Absolutely.
Make a motion.
Yeah, the commissioner makes it. In fact, we've had situations where commissioners make a straight denial, and then other commissioners will I probably will support a motion with it without prejudice, so that.
But there's no standard in any documentation that we look to determine what is with or without prejudice.
I haven't yet to see it.
I was just curious.
Questions, Mr. Sanders?
Yes, I have a couple of questions, but one is to me the most important. while I hear you're saying that what this will do is remove a lot of the waiver requests, okay, I hear that. But I have a question that I haven't heard in any of the presentations, which is, why do they have the 2-year waiver in the first place? Meaning, you don't usually lift things, you know, before you understand the intent. So there had to be a good reason that this was part of our code to have a 2-year waiver. So it was going to prevent, to me, logically, I think that just prevents people from coming back, you know, tweaking things, et cetera, and obviously, it gives some power to decisions by CPC saying, don't just play games with us. And, you know, you have to look at both sides representing what we're doing and the applicant, not just making everything easy. But more importantly, why was the 2-year period there in the first place? What was the intent of that code?
We understand it's basically two things. One, if it's a denial, let's say with prejudice, and you don't want the applicant to be able to turn right back around after going through all of that and having citizens that may come out, have to keep doing that, you know, without at least some sort of a cooling off period, you know, if you will. And that's understanding of the way in which to give with.
Which makes a lot of sense to me, although we may not be happy with the, you know, request to lift the waiver, or to have a ghetto waiver, excuse me. The parts of this make a lot of sense to me, you know, I mean, I guess that's what I'm saying. And I do think, what about the impact it would have on people just coming back? What is your answer to that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
What is your answer to, if we don't have this cooling off period, that an applicant, and I've seen this even in my speaking with applicants, okay, I'll do this one thing, and then when you accept it, I'll do this, I'll put this application in. Okay, what is to prevent that? People coming back in with application after application, because there is no cooling off period.
Well, there wouldn't be, I mean, except does the applicant really want to endorse, put themselves through that? They've got more expense and they've got more risk, you know, having to come all the way back through that process. Do they really want to do that? But, you know, I mean, there wouldn't be if we didn't have a waiver. At all, but, you know, it takes a long time to get backwards anyway, so.
But some of these people that are spending a lot of money would do that. But the other side of it is, I want to ask you about, it's like on the SUP, I'm just curious. There have been times where we have denied SUPs because the behavior for the specific use has not been good and this, that, and the other. I mean, how would this impact that? No, they're coming back. Or would it?
So I wanna, your first question is applicable to approval. So we can run a scenario, okay, you got an approved thing, and now you're on the way to permitting, and you discover that you made some mistakes, right? You cannot come back to fix those mistakes beyond and then within the next 2 years. So what we're saying is, if you got an approval from us internally as a city, like from city council, right? And again, you go to permitting, you submit the permits, you discover the mistake, you can't come back to fix it for 2 years, you need to wait 2 years. Because you cannot come back for an amendment, that's what it says, we're talking about approvals.
Oh, so
We're
you
not-
can come back, now that's a good,
Yes.
I
So we're
thought that you could come back to amend if it was a.
You have to do the waiver first, if you wanna come back earlier than 2 years.
Right.
So I want to make very clear
That makes
this,
it much more clear.
every time we deny without prejudice, they can't come back immediately. So
Yeah.
to answer your SUP question, if they didn't have good behavior, in our proposal, we say denial is denial, wait 2 years. So we're on the same page here. Where we disagree is do you wanna do the same for approval? So what if I got, again, we had a waiver recently about an SUP in the design district, and they measured the building height was an existing building, they measured it wrong. And they discovered that BI, they couldn't pull their permits, so they didn't come back, do the waiver, so they could come back to do the amendment. And so we just added an extra step to basically prolong a little bit the permitting period, but it didn't put us straight on.
I stated, which is important. One last question, which is this: what is your reasoning for not wanting to codify the waiver criteria that ZOAC has proposed?
The factors, again, they're pretty specific, and they are tied to the previous zoning case. And that's not what we're supposed to be evaluating anyway with a waiver request. I mean, we're not supposed to be going back and looking at, if it was approved unanimously, how it was approved, how many speakers they had against or anything.
I'm saying it's just gonna be the change, literally the change circumstances, the only criteria for the waiver, basically.
We're basically saying we don't want any factors explained. We want to leave it to the applicant to make their case. Okay.
Can I add something? I do have two concerns. The one that refers to the split vote and the one that refers to the opposition. Because once you went through the process the first time, that it doesn't matter, the outcome is the one that matters. An approval is an approval, a denial is a denial. If you go back and look, okay, it leaves a lot of room for a lot of gray areas. And I feel like once you went through the due process, the process was due. You made your case. Doesn't matter if it was, again, it's the same like I don't know. You got an approval or you got a denial. And then the same again with the neighborhood. Yes, it had opposition, but the due process was due. It had enough checks and balances in it. Once you made your decision, that was the decision. Now, are there any changes in circumstance? Now we're talking. There's something outside of your control. But for me to come and punish you because you had a split vote and you had neighbors in opposition, and the same as Lori was saying, what if some of them change their minds? And that's not reported anyway. Then they can come and speak at the podium to say, like, or maybe say political action. So there's so many nuances. I think we already have a due process for the first decision, and I would like to respect that.
Next on, are you done, Commissioner Sanders? Sorry. If you have more, please go ahead.
No, I think that I'm finished, but one quick thing. In your thing that you talked about, okay, the guy comes in, he goes to permitting, there's been a mistake. And this 2-year waiver isn't here. Does he have to go through any processes more, or does he just work with permitting?
No, he has to come back for a review.
He has to come back here with the amendment. Just wanted to be clear.
The 2-year waiting period is just saying you're gonna come back.
But he can come back immediately, he doesn't
Yes.
have to wait what he does. Just wanted to make clear the procedure. Thank you.
Sorry, Commissioner Blair, you're next, Commissioner Kingsley, Commissioner Young.
Is it not true that in making, in trying to analyze the last case, if you can go to GIS has been updated and improved, that you can look on GIS and see the previous years up to 5 years worth of Board of Adjustments, the current plat, and up to 5 years of plat cases, and up to 5 years of zoning cases for each and every address that, or every case that we would have. And each address, and each case is tied to an address. So you can put in an address and find out if there's Board of Adjustment cases, platting cases, as well as 5 years worth of zoning cases. You can, but you cannot tell on a map if it was denied without prejudice. But you can tell that they were there, and hence whether they were, the time that is being presented here, that it's taking staff to do all of this investigation, a lot of it has been done in GIS by just going in and getting the data to begin your investigation. Yes, correct. And then when you have this information, if you have a case that's within a 2-year period or so, you can then begin to look to say, well, the GIS will tell you if it was approved, because if it's approved, it's updated and it's codified, and it gives you the ordinance number. So you then know it's already been approved. So there is a lot of data and investigative work being done in GIS that is available to everybody. I know I love GIS because I use it all the time, so.
I don't have to dig.
Right. I was gonna say though, like, it's the process of going to GIS, turning on all the layers, querying the points, digging through the layers, seeing if there was a final action taken, or if it was withdrawn, or if it was denied with prejudice, without prejudice, if it was approved. If it was a case number, because those last 5 years are fiscal years. So if it was a case number from 6 years ago, but it only took 2 years, if it went through the process for 2 years, then it would fall outside of that 5 year, or 3 years. But then it would fall outside of that thing, outside of that. So it's a lot of work on staff, just to research stuff.
But we're only looking for 2 years, correct? For the 2-year waiver, we're only going back 2 years, we're not going back 5 years, are we?
Well, our layers go back 5 fiscal years of those first 3 digits, so Z212. It'll go back 5 years from now, from the current year. Yeah, so, and sometimes you're only looking at 4 years because we're in a new fiscal year. Anyway, and it could take a few years to go through the process. So it really does take a lot of skills to go through. I mean, and we're happy to continue to do that. It's what we do, as staff, but just mentioning that it is a lot of work for every single episode we do.
Again, it's fine, it's just, but we're not, the reason for our being is the development, the developers, the applicants. That's what we're trying to help get through the process as well. I mean, we have to take them through the process, so at the end of the day, it's affecting them. It's affecting the process, and that it's not affecting so much. I mean, we're here, we're happy to do it, happy to work, but that time still impacts them at the end of the day.
I just have one question. Organization requests to be included. Start looking at standards and regulations. In staff's current recommendation, are there any standards established?
Not in the code. It's changing from changed circumstances affecting that property to just change circumstances that are sufficient to warrant an area. So it's not the burden of the applicant to show what those changed circumstances are and if it's sufficient for it to warrant an area.
Yes, let me try to ask it differently. Did staff evaluate if there might be appropriate standards to include this?
Yes, we have 3 SOAC meetings, as you know, and but I mean, there are some things that we don't passionately object to, in SOAC's recommendations, such as the city initiated hearings, SUVs, and changing the land area. There's many things that were, we understand where it came from, and we would encourage, for future waiver requests, that those things could even be considered, individually, and it's like a custom evaluation of that property. It's just difficult to put it in code and limit those circumstances to just those factors, and having to provide the applicant with all all that information.
Okay, I would to add, again, going back, the fact that we're proposing to take out approvals of the waiting period kind of like solves some of the criteria, because for instance, it solves the authorized hearing. I don't know if we ever deny an authorized hearing, but I know we put it in here under the criteria. So, the same with the SUP, so I would say that it kind of like solves automatically some of the other criteria, just because we fundamentally disagree on the first portion.
Thank you, Commissioner Young.
I have a lot of things to say, but they don't end in question marks.
Okay. I think a lot of us are in that, but that's okay. Commissioner Carpenter, please.
Do you feel that the current wording in the ordinance deters waiver applications? I guess in another way, do you expect the number of waiver applications to increase for any change that we make? I mean, we get some convoluted justification for waivers trying to adapt the circumstances to the wording. I'm just trying to figure out what we do here for to change the number of waiver requests.
Right.
Yeah, other than taking out.
If Zoac's recommendation is approved, I don't think there would be any change in the quantity of waiver requests. And I would say that what deters developers from returning to is the process of going through CDC and council. Like, that's the thing that they're like, you know what, I think maybe building inspection can make a creative interpretation of what that means. And, you know, that's the framers.
And I'm correct, for the one, CDC approved all the waivers except one in the last several years, and that one was a. Was there ever consideration given to just start with the whole two-way, I mean, just saying, a two-year waiver implies that you got a denial, period, and it's just, there's no even discussion of the waiver process.
How we talk about the waiver of waiting?
Well, there'd be no waiting period at all. I mean,
Yes, we did, thank you for the question. I should have the answer now. Yes, we did, thank you for the question. We saw that it was shock.
Because
Not you, like in terms of
it's just to me a mirror of what we did with the CPC, that we never walk in, that really the content of the request, we get bogged down in wordsmith.
Yes.
I mean, do we need to do this at all? If the original intent was to keep people about the lots of prejudice, to come back to that, why can't we just correct it and say, we have a 2-year waiting period, you got it, not with prejudice? That's what, that is what
I think he's talking about with no waiver.
No waiver, yeah, I'm saying.
Yeah, like 2 years.
It's up to, come say, you don't have a waiver.
Oh, she's saying opposite.
So,
Please, so please excuse my attempt to gain knowledge. That sounds better than excuse my ignorance. So if I got an approval, we further down the line, found there's some problems, I think those problems should be communicated somehow, or to a board somehow, but maybe not a waiver process, if that makes sense. Has that been thought about?
Do come back to us, they just wouldn't have to go to the waiver.
To the waiver process, gotcha, it just, well, yeah, it just gets scheduled, okay, thank you.
Okay. I think I'm gonna punt the 23 of my questions for later, so I think I'm gonna just ask 2. And I think we just, in reaction to a couple of my colleagues' questions. Commissioner Standard, in fact, you asked the number 1 question on the long list of questions, so I appreciate that in terms of, why do we have is it curriculum? When I was a baby commissioner, I asked that very question. And the answer I was given was exactly the answer you gave, that it was for controversial cases that maybe it's a good idea to have a cooling off period. Perfectly rational, except for, 9 years later, I can tell you, I don't remember maybe a handful in 9 years of very controversial cases got it denied with prejudice. In fact, most of them in the 9 years that I've been on this body had received a denial without prejudice. And I think very wisely. And so maybe what seemed like a very rational thing to have this 2-year waiting period for controversial cases, it's not really how it's played out. Is that what you found in the data?
I think so, because in the data we looked at, I wanna say there might have been 8, maybe, from what, 2018 to.
Yeah, so, I pulled up, I did some research from the year 2021, because the question that Vice Chair Rubin asked, like, how many denials with prejudice did we have? That's, that's a lot of data crunching. But, I spent a few hours going through the final decisions of 2021, and I found that, so I looked at 114 final decisions, and that did not include final decisions for general zoning changes or PDs. So, sorry, that wasn't part of the questions that I was asked, so I was looking at those. And I found that 49 of those 114 were exempt from the 2-year waiting period because they were for either denials without prejudice, or they were for, 22 were for denials without prejudice, 27 were for an SUP of a period of less than 2 years, and then the denials at the beginning, 20 out of the 114 were to deny with prejudice in 2021. So those, so taking it down from, I know 114, not the full number of what happened in 2021, but 20 out of 114 would be the number that were probably pretty contentious cases that, were just wholesale not okay with the process at the end. Whereas, it would have been all but 20, so it's about half of them that don't have to meet the waiting requirement because they were either denials without prejudice or an SUP for less than 2 years. Which it is interesting to note that of the 72 SUPs that were granted in 2021, 27 or 37.5% were for a period of 2 years or less. So 38% is coming back to CPC within a year and a half. And 40% were for between 2.5 and 6 years. And only 1 was for a period of 10 years, and 2 were for 30 years, which was a public school. Yes, and 18% had eligibility for automatic renewals. I thought that was interesting, so.
Okay. Is there any other questions? Yeah, please.
Yes, this is maybe an obvious question, but all of those statistics are, well, not all those statistics, but the waiver statistics are where the applicant chose to make a waiver application. We have no idea how many would-be applicants that there are out there who were deterred in a controversial case from making a waiver application because they thought they couldn't pass.
It's 11:15, stick it to the break. So. That's not. back to the zoning cases, Commissioner. Start with those. The minor amendment from case number 2. Cross. Oh, good morning.
Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
Can y'all see my PowerPoint on your computer?
Yes.
Okay, so I have one case this morning, M212-049. It is a request for a minor amendment to the development plan and landscape plan for a retirement housing community use on a portion of property zoned Zone A within PD 695. Approximately 85 acres and located on the southeast corner of Frankfurt Road and Coit Road within District Code. The general location of the PD will appear in the loan. Aerial map, zone map. And the request. So the purpose of the request is to modify both the development and landscape plans for phase 3 of the Highland Springs Senior Living Community pertaining to building 3.2. So all of the modifications are being done within one building. So the following changes are being requested. Minor modification to the building footprint of RB 3.2, increase to the building floor area for RB 3.2 from 37,835 square feet to 38,850 square feet. Total phase 3 building floor area for main uses to increase from 977,560 square feet to 970,360 square feet. Adjust the shape of the small shade structure adjacent to RB 3.2. Increase in lot coverage from 8.9% to 8.33%. Changes to location and design of sidewalks around building 3.2. And for the landscape plan to modify the sidewalks and building footprint to match the development plan modifications. So there is just a small change to the location of the trees and the landscaping in the interior portions of the site. The proposed landscape plan would remain compliant with Article 10 in the PD. So this is the proposed development plan, and I've outlined the building where the request is being made. RB 3.3. And the red marks here are where the changes will be made. This is development plan outlining the building 3.2. The existing development plan versus the proposed zoomed in. Proposed landscape plan, page 1, which is the northern portion of PD. And then page 2, which is the southern portion. Staff is recommending approval.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Questions on this item? Okay, we'll keep moving. Just for the record, Commissioner Anderson joined us today at 11:32. Thank you, Ms. Crossco. So case number 3, I think we've got some updates to these review.
Can I be heard now?
Faintly, yes.
I'll speak up. Thank you, sorry.
Okay,
there
there we
are
go. See,
no-
thank you.
Yes, so for Z212322, there are no submitted changes officially as of this time, so there are no updates.
Your question.
Can I ask a
Did
question?
he finish?
Well,
Oh, okay. Oh, no, okay. We have questions for you, Commissioner Hampton.
thank you. Mr. Pepe, your screen dropped out, but hopefully you can still hear us. I don't actually hear, it's only the flag on the other monitor. Is it correct that the applicant has submitted a revised site plan to include landscaping and adjustments to the fence?
They have submitted a revised site plan, but I can't say that we've had all of the time to look over it. We've had some discussion, but I do not have a full digital copy at this time.
Yeah.
Namely, I will say it did include additional screening along the street side of the property.
Pardon me, just 1 second, Mr. Pepe, can you hear me?
Yes.
We just heard the last 3 seconds of what you said, if you don't mind starting over.
My apologies. I will say once more that I don't have a full digital copy of the plan available, but we did receive the updated plan with the buffering between the fence on the wireless site and the street. But my understanding is we didn't get it distributed, or it has not been distributed to the commission.
Understood, thank you. And so that it's the existing site as is in our docket with the revised fence height and additional landscaping. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Dr.
It's just fortuitous that we're back in the briefing room today. Can someone point out where this site is?
It's just on the other side of the Memorial Center, and you can't quite see it behind the building.
Commissioners, if the tower was built, you would see it from where you're sitting right now. I believe you can see the existing tower that it is meant to replace, kind of to the right of your screen or windows.
Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Chair Rubin, for the excellent observation.
We can't see our handiwork from this room, right? Look at the rest of the any further sign. Any other questions on this item? Thank you, Mr. Better. We'll move on to case number 6, the John Lewis Justice Academy. Ms. Algarve. Skip one. Skip the whole page. Pardon me. They must be hungry.
Food's in there.
Let's see.
That's also my goal.
Case for all, yes. Pardon me, Mr. Pepe, number 4.
Thank you. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Just a bit.
Oh, please leave.
He's actually better than that. He's small.
He's talking, we can't hear him.
She's still.
Apologies, one moment. Just pulling up this PowerPoint. Okay, can you still hear me? I hear myself in my ears, so I think that's
Yes, sir.
lovely. So this is Z212326. This is an application for a specific use permit for a community service center on property zone plan development district number 765 on the southeast corner of Maple Shade Lane and Oxford Drive. It's about 2.57 acres. This is located in District 12. The aerial map of the site as it exists today, it's undeveloped. So property to the north is a home improvement center. And there's a bank building to the west with a drive-through and a restaurant with a drive-through. There's additional undeveloped property to the south within PD 765. And then there's a nursery plant store to the east. So it is currently undeveloped. Land Development District 765 is a larger multi-property PD that allows a mix of uses. And they're proposing a 10,800 square foot building for the community service center, and it will be operated by Plano ISD. And so a community service center is essentially a multifunctional facility per code that where a combination of social, recreational, welfare, health, habilitation, or rehabilitation services are provided for the public. The code also explains what it is not, to clarify, but it is a place where PISD would provide services, including education, counseling, food and clothing distribution, and social work. And especially those distribution activities are sometimes what makes it considered a community service center over something that just offers education, to clarify. So this site, because of the nature of the PD, did require a development plan and landscape plan to be submitted to CPC already. And so those were approved on December 15th of last year. And so this is necessary when you're and now they're here with this SUP site plan, which matches the development and landscape plan. And this is necessary when you have a PD and a use that require a development plan and an SUP. But as such, the site plan matches those already approved plans and meets standards in that regard. And that's because this use, specifically for the PD, does require an SUP to be operated. And they're requesting it for a permanent time frame. Staff recommends a 10-year time frame with eligibility for automatic renewal for additional 10-year periods, which would allow for ongoing adjustment and review of the site and operations. That 10-year period is appropriate to allow the use to go on. But if construction and development throughout the area, it may require some tweaks or changes to the site due to the nature of the relationship between the subject site and those surrounding properties. So the SUP site plan is as follows, and this does match that development plan that we've already seen before the commission. That is accessed off of Maple Shade and Oxford Drive. And the community center is located at the middle. It's a little bit of a zoomed in view here. I did include that development plan for everyone needing to see it, but we can go through the site. So here is the sort of the northwest corner of the property. Units of the home improvement center on the left of frame, or more on the property itself. And this is back from Maple Shade looking south. Not all of this undeveloped land is the subject property, and most of the open field you see behind in the background is a separate property under PD 765. And then flip around, you're looking at undeveloped property that's zoned regional retail to the north in front of the home improvement center. There's the drive-through bank to the west. And so their proposed conditions are typical of what you might see. But they do limit themselves to 11,000 square feet for the community service center use. They've asked for a no expiration date. We're recommending 10 years and 10-year auto renewal. Their hours of operation, they're 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. daily. Those are their primary conditions for the SUP. And so staff recommendation is approval for a 10-year period with eligibility for automatic renewals for additional 10-year periods subject to a site plan and staff's recommended conditions.
Thank you. Questions?
Hi, Mr. Pepe, I have a question about parking. If I read it correctly, 54 spaces are required and they have planned 148. Can you talk to us about why it looks like they are having so much parking?
Yeah, so I can certainly speak to that. There's a couple things. Obviously, required parking minimums are just a minimum. Often, given the needs of any facility, developers tend to overpark things if they see it fit or they find a need for that. In this case, we did inquire. We said, we asked if there's a reason for that much overparking, and their explanation was that occasionally they have Plano ISD public meetings or other kinds of gatherings that are associated with Plano ISD on the site, and for that purpose, they will need a degree of overparking since they will have public events there to some of incidental nature.
Okay, follow up. So what kind of green space do they have?
They meet the landscape requirements for Article 10, and they're also bound to the open space that's called for in their landscape plan, which was previously approved. And generally, that's going to be located along the walkways of the exterior. They will have to have they actually did not include the landscape plan. My apologies. I can pull it up if I need to. But they will be required to have street trees and parking lot trees, as is typical under Article 10.
I would just say this amount of parking for occasional use, we are trying to go away from concrete jungles. This seems 3 times the allotted.
Question.
Well, I just.
We're just having questions here in the briefing.
So was there any discussion with the developer about reducing the amount of parking?
Yes, so we did, again, we asked why they need the degree of parking that they do. There are other issues in giving them recommendation and pushback on a plan such that the site plan that we approve here should match the development plan that was approved by CPC previously, or they'll have significant issues at the permitting stage. That's not to say that changes can't be made, but staff at this time doesn't have as many tools to put maximum parking requirements on. PDs that are written individually can better address those kinds of things with written in maximum parking requirements. But aside from, because it's a minimum that exists in our parking code, it's a little bit harder to give them that pushback when they're meeting a minimum requirement. It's sort of like enforcing enforcing a minimum height on people. Unless it's written into the code or a code, it's a little bit more difficult.
Well, what I hear you saying is I should have raised this question in December. just so I'm clear.
Potentially.
Yeah. Okay.
So following up on that, when we get a development plan and, we may have the thought that it's overparked like we saw in December, do we have any discretion to deny it if we view it as overparked as long as it meets the requirements of the PD?
You're referring to the development plan review?
Yes.
My understanding is you've got to follow up on if it meets the requirements, and there wasn't requirements for maximum parking in this particular PD. But I won't say that you can't offer a recommendation or changes on this site plan. It's within the ability of the commission, but it could create significant difficulty for the applicant.
But on the development plan, we couldn't have
But
voted
if that's a question for me, then yeah, you are correct. Approval of development plans are ministerial, and if they meet the conditions of the PD, this body must approve them.
But if we got a different SUP, let's just say for an alcoholic, beer wine establishment that didn't require, was not in the PD that required a development plan, could we reject the SUP site plan because we thought it was overparked?
Yes.
So, okay, thank you.
Feasibly, yes.
So we sort of tied our hands with this PD and Ryan, that's not.
Commissioner Stafford next.
Okay. Can you hear me, Mr. Pepper?
I hear you just fine.
Okay, good. Here's my question, and I think it's just a learning thing, because, we were just talking about things taking up a lot of time. I'm just curious about this. Why is it under the code that the development plan is done totally separately from the SUP on the exact same site? That they can't be incorporated?
Because the code, this is a pretty common thing where development plans have to be submitted to CPC. They do have to be approved by CPC if they meet the requirements. But generally, it's a good idea for developers of buildings or people intending to use a building to submit their development plan first and then follow up with a site plan later. Because that means that they won't be thrown out of compliance with if their site plan didn't meet all the requirements of code in the same way. We review them in the same way, but the development plans are typically for buildings. Site plans can be a little bit more oriented around one particular use. In the case of this Plano ISD property, they might have had other uses in the big picture kind of weaved into their plan for the site, but it's generally a good idea to submit your development plan ahead of time. And then if you have an individual use which intends to occupy the property, then follow up with that one after the fact. And
okay, that's not a question. My question is more, I'll put it in a better way. Right now, we are doing, because of Ms. Alvear, who just joined us, we are doing SUPs with development plans basically for schools. We've been doing this for DISD. So my question is simply one of procedure. Why wasn't this one put in as an SUP with the development plan? Is there something that prevented that? So that we didn't have to have two presentations within a year on a site for, to get its approval?
I can probably take that one. So the development plan is required as part of the PD 765. It was presumably written in the conditions of the PD that the development plan required. This case today really doesn't have that much to do with the PD. It's more a specific use permit for the use that's requested. So the way the PD is written, it requires an SUP for this use of this property. So part of the requirement of that is the same for any SUP. Does that kind of make sense?
No, it makes perfect sense. I was trying to learn why it was that way, and that might be a consideration in the future. My second question is this. And although I read the case report and I listened to you, Mr. Pepe, I'm still a little confused about community service center. Because there were a lot of things that it couldn't be and things that it could be. What can this be? Forget what
I
it
would-
can't do, what it can do.
Yes, I'd be super happy to answer that. If I can scroll back on my slides, which is why I include this definition in the report and in the presentation itself. So community service centers, it's a long and confusing definition, and there are a lot of caveats to this definition. But in this case, my understanding is the reason that they need it is for the distribution of food and clothing, like a food or clothing pantry for needy families. And in their case, they want to gear them towards serving members of the Plano ISD community. And so that is kind of the primary thing that requires them a community service center. You might be something else like a personal service or office use if you're just educating people. You might be a medical clinic if you're just treating things medically in a clinical way. But the definition of this is especially when there's that distribution of goods and services. Is that what makes it a community service center?
Okay, then I want to ask a specific thing that goes to the parking, which is, can a community service center, because this is in conjunction with Plano ISD, even though it's Dallas, can they, under the definition of a community service center, have performances there? Because many schools increase their parking also because they anticipate having events and performances.
Yeah, that would not fall under the community service center use. But if you're thinking about performances or other stuff like that, remember that because we approve an SUP does not preclude them from operating other by right uses. So if there's another by right use that you're thinking of, that doesn't fall under this community service center use. But if it's a by right use, that might be another potential thing. They can do office in the space by right, and likely they will as a day-to-day function.
So if by right, they might be able to bring the school band in and have people come just watch it, is what you're saying. You don't know that, but you're thinking that possibly that.
I'd need an interpretation on the use and dig through the PD for other uses that are allowed, but I can get the answer to that. But it's not part of the community service center use. If other activities are going on, they're going to be part of those by right uses that are allowed today.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Young, followed by Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes, Mr. Pepe, would you go to the slide that shows the staff rationale about the auto renewals?
Absolutely, it's this one.
Okay. And, okay, it's on one of our screens and not the other. My question is this: an auto renewal is mandatory if the applicant is in compliance with their SUP conditions and site plan.
And notification, if conditions change locally, it may change how the site and its relationship with nearby properties are evaluated.
Well, my question is, can the staff deny an auto renewal if the applicant is in compliance with the site plan and conditions, but the staff believes that the area has changed and it warrants revisit?
Well, they're open, not just that, but it's opened up to the to public hearing, right, at that phase. And so that is where I'm seeing where there's potential for.
It's not opened up to public hearing unless the 20% opposition is filed, and I'm not sure the 20% opposition has ever been filed to an auto renewal in the history of the city of Dallas.
Well, that is a scenario that we're referring to. It's potential that would necessitate a change at that point and further review at that point.
Have you done an analysis of how much of the notification area is in fact already owned by the applicant?
and I can't speak to that because it's 10 years that this review would occur. So it is a mixed use district, right? Residential can be built by right nearby. Other, single family or mixed use residential can be built nearby. So I'm not going to hazard a guess in 10 years who owns what property and how it's being used, because it's a by right PD where things could be built further down the road, and they could trigger that ultimately.
Labor Beach, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Wheel, followed by Commissioner Wood.
Looking around the parking depending on the use in the neighborhood region, because he had, I was gonna ask this by name.
Commissioner Wood.
I want to follow up on the time period of auto renewal request. This area has not been, this is an initial development, correct?
Well, it's an undeveloped site right now, so it'll be the.
So this is undeveloped, it's an initial development. Nothing
this
is
site.
there, and they're putting in a new use.
It's a grassy field right now.
Okay, so, it's a grassy field, no building, and it has no history of use. Yeah, that's a good picture right there, that's what I'm looking at. Yeah, that one's even better. So, it has no historical value as to, what kind of traffic this development is going to bring in, and is that not correct?
There's not an existing use to compare to on the property.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Herbert, followed by Commissioner Treadway.
Yes, thank you. I know, this location is a very unique location. It reminds me of the, a rec center in the Timberland area. Will this be only and may not be able to answer this, but is this only restricted to Plano ISD students?
I can't speak to that. I'm not sure. I was explaining when I did say it was meant for the Plano ISD community. That was my understanding. The applicant could potentially fill us in more on that, but that's not going to be built into the zoning who it's allowed to serve.
Understood. I think about the traffic, if it is open to the surrounding cities, Richardson, Addison, Carrollton, our friends in Hamilton Park are about 16 miles away from it, right? So the community can use a community development center there, and the people who are in that area can use the resources if that's what they're saying. But I do wonder if we can think about that traffic coming from the different cities in that northern section, in that northern corner of our city.
Thank you.
Just a question. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Treadway, followed by Commissioner Martin.
Okay, so today technology is not letting me download the December 15th materials, but in my notes, what we approved was for an office use. So we looked at a development plan at December 15, an application for a development plan and a landscape plan for an office use. And now we are being asked to approve an SUP for a community service center. So I'm going to follow up on Commissioner Stanner's question. Can you explain to us sort of the sequence of events and where we could have pushed back on some of this, in my opinion, over parking?
Right. So,
Because,
I mean, frankly, that.
Sorry, Mr. President, because the explanation we've been given about an event space, a community service center, we never heard back in December. An office use is a very different use than what we're talking about right now, in my opinion.
Yeah. So, I mean, a couple things. They couldn't have applied, or they shouldn't have applied for a community service center development plan because it wasn't the authorized use on the property at the time. And it still isn't until this SUP is approved. So it's presumably a multifunction facility, right? With a degree of office uses, but they wouldn't have been able to apply for that development plan and be evaluated as a community service center because that use wasn't allowed at the time, and it isn't. But think of development plans sometimes, at least when they're submitted in that ministerial format where the PD calls for them, think of them as sort of the building plan, but we're looking at an SUP, which is a use to occupy a building. And uses for buildings shift a lot of times, you know, through the life of a building sometimes. But office use might be one of the functions of their facility, but it might not necessarily be all of them. And at the same rate, they shouldn't have gone through with a community service center. That's not an authorized use at the time. And your other question, sorry, the beginning of your questions, if I may, was when do we have the opportunity to offer pushback? And frankly, it is now. You have the ability to do that. I don't mean to represent that it must be approved similarly to before, because the site plan, the SUP and its site plan are at the discretion of this commission to make a decision as to whether they think, you know, it's a good use and if it's being done right, given the information that you have. I only meant to state that, changes to the site plan would create some significant development issues, including revisions later on for the applicant, but it is within your ability certainly at this time.
Thank you.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes, Mr. Pepe, was any consideration given to not recommending auto renewal? Because it seems to me that the staff report is actually making an argument for that, considering that this particular use doesn't have a track record, that the surrounding property could be residential, that the use is pretty open-ended as far as what exactly is going to happen here, and down the road, some minor adjustments or maybe major adjustments need to be made in site plan conditions. Was there ever any consideration given to just having recommending a fixed time period of no auto renewals?
So in this circumstance, we're considering it not a particularly high impact use, and there's also not significant adjacency concerns in the current time. So that's a reason why there wasn't as much concern about non-auto renewal approval. I guess you could say is that there's a lack of at this time adjacency for impact, because there's not a demonstrable impact that this use would have on residential, or on nearby properties at this time, because it is fairly isolated and it is a fairly low impact use, but it does require that SUP.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioners? Okay, it is 12:08, Commissioner. Let's take a quick 10-minute break, get our lunches, and then we'll have a working lunch today. Benefit of reading back here. Good old days. Yes.
So, yeah, that's my family.
The request is for a DA duplex subdistrict on properties owned and farmed by a single family subdistrict in the development district number 595, South Dallas Water Park Special Purpose District. It's located on the southeast line of Sydney Street, northeast of 2nd Avenue, and it's about 7,164 square feet. Location map showing the property in city limits. Aerial map with the lot. and zoning map with surrounding zoning districts and land uses. So everything surrounding the property is zoned an R5A sub-district with a PD 595. That's along the Mantle Road there, most of that property is a vertical sub-district with a PD 595. Immediately surrounding the lot is a mix of single-family uses and some undeveloped lots. To the southwest, you have some general merchandise use, beverage establishment. And then to the northeast, across Hancock Street is an existing church use. And this is just kind of zooming out a little bit further to show the predominant uses and zoning districts. We go a little bit further. They're predominantly single family. Most of that's zoned by districts. So as I said, the lot is currently zoned an R5A sub-district, and they are requesting a DA sub-district to allow duplex use on the site. So five photos is on Sydney Street looking southeast of the right into the property. And we're just kind of going counterclockwise throughout. This is on the left side of Sydney Street. You can see some vacant lots there. And then a little further down to the southwest, you can see there are some homes under construction. So these are the development standards of the existing R5A sub-district and the proposed DA sub-district. One of the major differences here is in the existing R5A, there's a 20-foot front yard, whereas in the duplex district, there's a 25-foot front yard. And because of block-based continuity in our code, if a block face is divided by 2 or more zoning districts, the front yard for the entire block face must comply with the requirements of the district with the greatest front yard requirement. So this would mean duplex lot on this block face would make the R5A lot subject to an additional 5-foot front yard, which could create non-conforming structures. It could also create problems if any of these R5A lots are to develop or redevelop. Another big change between these two, the minimum lot size for a duplex district is 6,000 square feet or 3,000 square feet dwelling unit, whereas in R5A is 5,000 square feet. Additional 6 feet in height, additional 15% in lot coverage, and then the principal difference in terms of permitted uses obviously is duplex use. So with that, staff recommendation is denial. I will say in the case report, we did kind of highlight some of the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan, the neighborhood plus plan, and say, we need to do what we can to encourage more medium density residential. However, if we stay strictly within zoning and land use, there's some definite issues with this request, which is why our recommendation is denial. And I would need more questions.
Yeah, first of all, just to make sure that the one adverse impact that I see is the potential block-based continuity issue. Are there any other yard, lot, space for adverse impacts from?
Not in terms of yard lot space, that we saw, other than that, lot coverage, height, are a little bit more that's in the United States district than the R5A district.
Yeah, I just want to understand how staff kind of got there, because this would be an example of sort of, as you said, missing middle housing being inserted up in this block, right?
Right.
So this isn't a PD. Would it make any difference to staff if it were straight zoning versus a PD in staff's recommendation?
I'll answer that procedurally. No, it wouldn't, because I don't think you could support a PD for, 7,100 square foot single lot in an area that's, this entire area for the most part is R5A, So I don't think that's something established.
And let me rephrase my question just to make, I may not phrase it very well. So let's assume this were just straight R5A and not if somewhere else in town that was zoned R5A, not in a PD, would that have impacted staff's analysis?
No, especially within PD 595, a lot of they're called sub-districts within the PD. A lot of the sub-districts really refer entirely or almost entirely to what that district is in base code. So with R5A and TA, I think there's like one difference in like permitted uses maybe. But other than that, it's basically synonymous with what those districts would be in chapter 51A.
And if there were neighborhood support that had changed staff's recommendation,
That's never something that influences staff's recommendation.
what if it were at a corner lot as opposed to mid lot? Would that make any difference?
It could still present the block face continuity issue. However, I'll stick it to this case, what we're supposed to do. We would consider that, I would say, because it's not in the middle of the neighborhood, especially within PD 595. If you're at the edge of a residential area, you're probably near one of the main thoroughfares that is zoned some flavor of commercial. So that may change things. But like I said, it would still present block-based continuity issues potentially.
And then just to kind of sum it up, within existing zoning, our single family districts, our duplex districts, it's just very difficult to insert a single duplex within an R blank A district.
Right, yeah, so for these yard lot space reasons, it becomes really problematic. We've also had this issue with some recent requests for TH districts, which is another sort of medium density kind of residential. And then, back to the procedural stuff, our analysis and staff is confined, the basis of our recommendation is confined solely to zoning and land use. Anything in a comprehensive plan, neighborhood plus plan, area plan can support staff's recommendation, but it can't be the basis of the recommendation. It has a regulatory key, or just guidelines. So that potentially presents an issue as well.
Sorry, I think I'm almost done, but you keep coming back to the block-based continuity issue. Let's just set that aside for the moment, because that seems like clearly have adverse effects on surrounding properties. Is it staff's view under current code that setting aside block-based continuity issues with inserting a duplex and an R in the middle of a block that's R is just not compatible?
Yeah, that goes back to zoning and land use only. There's still that issue there that also forms the basis of our denial. Because we can't really recommend approval of a zoning district that's really incompatible with surrounding zoning districts and land uses, which a duplex district in an entirely single family area, I mean, there's some gray area there, there's some subjectivity, but generally we wouldn't consider that compatible with the existing zoning and land use.
Because a duplex next to a single family home, what would those adverse impacts be?
I have lots of opinions about that. I'll try to just answer them as staff. I will, so our team, we're incremental, we're case by case. We do consider larger goals and larger issues, but we have to do so in a case by case fashion. Our code has not received a major update since 1987. It is possible that the values of our community as a city have changed substantially since then. It's also possible that demands on housing and what kind of housing people want to live in, what kind of housing people can afford. All of those things have changed since 1987. I don't see how they could have. However, we're still dealing with a code that is kind of reinforcing values and needs and everything from several decades ago. So there's sort of a tension there, I guess you could say.
87 was a good year. Yeah. Thank you.
They're all good years. Sure.
The part also of your denial is that even though you show the overhead view of different housing, but that particular location is really a short street also, and that it doesn't go straight through. It's not a straight through way to the other part of the city, and it has a curve right after that. It goes up to the next street. It's not even though he gave you an overview, it wasn't a street that was particularly long.
Yeah, so the Lincoln streets for zoning wouldn't be a huge concern. if there were traffic concerns or transportation or engineering concerns, that would come from Mr. Navarez. I didn't receive any comments from him on this case during staff, but those were concerns. Well, the applicant got to speak.
So he didn't give you a, he didn't give you color of size was.
I think the primary reason he requested a duplex district is because he wanted to have a duplex use on the property rather than a single family.
No, I don't know why he didn't agree with that, but the reason was because of the lot size.
Yeah, we pretty much, whatever's included in the application and the land use statement, that's what we have to go.
Commissioner Sanders.
Yeah, I have two questions, Mr. Moulton. First one is this, although I read this and I read the code, I'm talking about the block conformity around the sections. I'd like to ask you something about that. Do you think the intent of the code was to say that if you put up one building that has a 25 setback, it is meant to cause all the other buildings on the block to be non-conforming? Because that would seem a little ridiculous. Because maybe you could have on the corner, I'll just use an example, in a residential area, you could possibly have one of those light office or something, I don't know how we putting something there. And it might have a 25, but the idea that that code was put together to make the rest of the lots non-conforming just doesn't ring true to me.
Yeah, so I'll give you a short answer and then I have a longer answer to that. I'm using your question to expound on something. But the short answer is, I believe the intent of that block-based continuity requirement is to protect single-family uses in districts. So let's say there is some sort of commercial district or some other type of district that has less of a front yard than other single-family uses along a block base. I believe the intent is to make sure that that sort of non-conforming use.
But you're not mixing.
Right, in terms of visually, I guess, visual integrity of the existing single-family use system. That's the short answer. The longer answer kind of goes back to my other expounding on, the fact that our code was last majorly updated in 1987. It's really left over from a time that extends probably back to like mid-century, 50s and 60s, that post-war period, where the intent and desire of zoning was to separate out more uses and protect uses within those separate areas. Single-family homes being at the top of that priority list. And I think our code still reinforces a lot of values that single-family detached homes are the use that is the most important use, is the use that needs to be protected the most. There's, I'll go further, but there's some justification for why those choices were made all those decades ago, because planning is a profession really arose in like the late 1800s or 1900s when like urban areas were super crowded, super overcrowded, really poor public health conditions, all that kind of stuff. So coming out of that time, the desire was to separate out folks a little bit more and to eradicate some of the public health issues. There's good and bad things that kind of came out of that. So I think that's the kind of values that were being reinforced at that time with the code. I don't know if those kinds of things are concerned now in 2022. So, maybe time to look at that.
Well, I would say something to that, which is my follow-up question, and I'm gonna ask you this. Wouldn't you say that historically, one difference in duplexes, I'm talking about historically, and single family, was that duplexes were often rented out one half, so it was considered more of a commercial, semi-commercial. Someone would live and rent out the other,
And therefore, they put them on the peripheries of areas historically, is that correct?
Yeah, more or less, that's a pretty fair.
So, and my follow-up to that, I'm almost through, is this. Would you agree that the fact that this has single family on 4 sides, and to call this a duplex district, a one lot, how do you call one lot a district for one? I mean, isn't that sort of not see more on them?
Well, it's kind of planning terminology, but yeah, you do bring up a good point, that use of the word district is supposed to be for an entire area that's set aside as
Right. Sponson,
Yeah,
as
sorry.
Commissioner Kingston just pointed out. Okay. So in that sense.
Yeah, let's not use that term.
Spot zoning is
Okay.
only a court to determine.
Oh. Excuse me. Taking away the Dalmatians, okay, that's fine.
I want to make a small clarification, so we're talking setback, block is continuity talks about the setback of where the building is being built. So, okay, because you said where the building is built, but that doesn't, you can put it way in the back, but it's not gonna affect the others. But what affects the others is that imaginary line. Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Herbert.
So the continuity line, the block face, y'all coming from the public park area, the way it was built, you look at the development stream, you're supposed to walk out of your porch to the left or right and be able to have a conversation with your neighbors. Sometimes distant, but you shouldn't have to look around the porch to get to another porch. And that's what I envision for this area. That's what I see down Thicket. That's what I see in parts of Oak Cliff. That neighborly feel where you come out to your porch and you can communicate with your neighbors. Having a coming from New Orleans where single families are all next to duplexes a lot. We walked out on our porches still and still able to communicate with one another. So how can we affect the zoning? Maybe 3 people, I read 3 people did that change policy, but how can we effectively say, okay, you can put a single lot there, but it needs to address that imaginary.
That's kind of what the intent of block face continuity is that all those homes are at the same place. R5A is the single family district we have with the smallest lot size, which is this is off topic, it's probably the smallest single family lot size, it's still 5,000 square feet, that's pretty big. If this was on a block face that was zoned R75, the front setback there is 25 feet, so we wouldn't have this issue. So it's kind of a weird little kerfuffle, I guess, in our code that is, as I understand it, in the block face, not really meeting that.
So with that, it said that the applicant couldn't just keep the building and address the single family 20 foot, or is it required that he does 25?
So because this is a general zone change to a base district, there can't be any deviations to what a duplex district in our code. You know, like Commissioner Rubin said, you have to do a PD or something in order to customize those regulations.
Thank you.
In making your recommendation, past that, did you also consider the Hector Street area plan and what the vision was for that area also? Instead of just the PD 595, which is in the process of, that also has had extensive, a 2-year area plan. A 2-year area plan, to set up for a public hearing. But did you include that area had a plan that also is, which was in the inclusive inside PD 595 wide, and that area is historically a single family area?
Right, so again, I will just remind that area plans cannot be the basis of our recommendation, but they can support it. In this case, you guys haven't read the hash area plan, I recommend it's a pretty good plan. I'm vamping, just making sure.
It's hard to down low. Oh, this is something's going on in the back of it, we can't down. And also,
So I did want to.
did you all, so in the process of acting for this, the zoning change, you all did not require for them to submit any plans?
No, that would not be required with the general zoning change.
And why would they be if it, because of the type of duplex and the way that?
So
we
a
would
general
take that
change,
into consideration at all?
a general zoning change is to consider if a basis written code as it is in code, without any changes or deviations, anything for the permitted use of development standards, if that's appropriate or if it's unappropriate. So there wouldn't really be any need to submit some sort of type plan. We're just a zoning district if appropriate. We wouldn't really need to see a plan unless they requested for an SUP or a plan.
So whatever, so you would be, so zoning, the zoning commission would be able to even see any type of what it looks like, what the possibility.
We do have applicants that submit elevations, site plans and renderings and things, for informational purposes, but they're just elevational. They're not tied to a request in the same way they could be the PD or.
But we could submit them if they could even to the zoning.
They can be shared, distributed to the commission as a whole, they can be shared with the public, they can be shared with staff, but at the end of the day, if the case is approved, it's adopted, changing the zoning of that property, the kind of plans or agreements, et cetera, will not be attached to them. Just be the general commission. Yes. If you do want to share them, I think you have to send to Yolanda first, and she'll circulate us the proper channel. And then back to the Hatcher Station area plan. This is the land use conceptual plan. So again, this is not, has no regulatory teeth. It's just, the recommendation that remains part of this plan. It's a little hard to read. I think we're down here somewhere off of Second Avenue. Designates that area as residential neighborhood, which that land use type within this concept plan is primarily for.
We have a one stop here, you go right back into the whole tree, we'll pick that right back up when we left off another personal questions on this case, we'll get on the record and we'll come right back to the three. That's straight, get straight out of it.
I was just a school. I'm not going to keep on this. John Lewis. Oh. And then I'm like,
District 1, absent. District 2, present. District 3,
He's present.
District 4,
We are here.
District 5,
Present.
District 6, present. District 7, present. District 8, present. District 9,
District 9 is present.
District 10,
Present.
District 11, District 11, District 12, present. District 13, present. District 14, and place 15.
I'm here.
Have quorum, sir.
Thank you very much. We do have a quorum. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Thursday, March 2nd. It is 12:52 p.m. Welcome to the Dallas City Plan Commission. We're going to start right back off where we left off on the briefing, but before we do, a couple of quick announcements. Our speaker guidelines is each speaker will receive 3 minutes. On cases where we have opposition, per our rules, the applicant will receive a 2-minute rebuttal. I will please ask all speakers to begin your comments with your name and address for the record. Ms. Pacino will keep time. She would let you know when your time is up. This is a hybrid meeting. We will have some speakers online. I will just please let our folks online know that state law requires that we must be able to see you in order to hear from you. Make sure that your camera is on, and then after you make your comments, please make sure to stay online as there may be questions for you. For our visitors here with us today, we have these little yellow cards down here at the table at the bottom right. Please make sure at some point today to come down and fill one of these. You can just leave them right there on the table. We'd love to have a record of your visit with us here today. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, the briefing of the Plan Commission is open to the public. We are going back to where we used to brief before COVID, which is in the briefing room in the back. You're more than welcome to come back there moving forward during the briefing. It is a time for questions from commissioners to staff. We don't take public input at that point, but they are open to the public. You're welcome to come back. With that, commissioners, we'll go back to Mr. Mulkey. We had a couple of more questions on the case in D7. Commissioner Treadway had a question.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, since we've been addressing the setback issue with the zoning around this request being a 20-foot setback and this particular request being for a 25 setback, I just wanted to ask staff, was there any discussion about having a 20-foot setback, or was that not part of the equation because the duplex district is 25?
Yeah, so for a general zoning change request like this, it would just be the duplex district as it's codified in Chapter 51A. We couldn't modify that setback.
And so as part of our decision, can we not add sort of a restriction that it could only be 20 feet back, or is that not permissible because it is just a general zoning change?
You could, well, the applicant would need to volunteer deed restrictions, giving themselves a 20-foot front setback. However, that would not get around the block face continuity issue, I believe, because the base district would still be duplex.
That's correct. That's right, Commissioner Treadway. If an applicant decided to deed restrict it, they could push it further back, but the block face continuity issue would still exist because it has to do with the setback, the invisible line that exists for the duplex districts.
I'm not following that.
Let me try again. So, the applicant could choose to deed restrict it to make it so that whatever duplex they decide to build is on the same line as the R5A setback. But because the duplex district has a smaller setback, that setback would govern the rest of the block. Does that make sense?
No.
Yeah, so deed restrictions are a way that an applicant can volunteer additional restrictions on their property that are more restrictive than what base code would require. However, that does not change the effect of that base district on surrounding properties. Basically, what that means is you can't use deed restrictions to get around a block face continuity requirement that would apply otherwise.
Okay, so I think what you're saying is that you could deed restrict this particular one, but because the general zoning is 25, then now that 25 would apply to the adjoining properties, even though this one particular property agreed to deed restrictions.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Excellent question. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, any other questions on this item? Okay, thank you, Mr. Mulkey. Ms. Algair, good afternoon. Go to next case, Commissioners, number 6, John Lewis Social Justice Academy.
Mike? Mm-mm. No, I'm on mine. Mhm. You're not seeing me in the meeting? Let me try it again.
I'm logged in and I can share my screen if you want.
I just need to be able to get to my presentation is the thing.
I'm also on the.
You're on the V?
Oh.
Yeah, can I use that? Right here. He's gonna bring me his. Good afternoon, Commissioners. We have liftoff. Apologies for the delay. Case number 6 is Z223-107. This is an application for a specific use permit for a public school other than an open enrollment charter school on property zoned in R5A Single Family District, located on the northwest line of East Keast Boulevard between Kellogg Avenue and Sunnyvale Street. Property is approximately 20.8 acres. It's located in District 4. Showing you an aerial map. Basically, the school site is outlined in blue, predominantly single-family surrounding. However, there are a couple of isolated multifamily 2A districts to the north and south. There are a number of churches in the area. There's a library across the street within a PD. And there is another public school to the southwest of the site down East Keast Boulevard. So this little strip right here of PD 671, like I said, there's a public library across East Keast Boulevard, and one of the undeveloped multifamily 2A properties is adjacent to that. And there's also a large undeveloped portion of that property to the east, and then also a large surface parking lot that serves the public library. The single-family districts are mainly R75A. However, to the south, there is an R5A district, which is the same as the subject site. The school that is there currently is O.W. Holmes Academy. It's, I believe, a humanities and communications academy. The applicant is going to construct the new school, which will be renamed John Lewis Social Justice Academy, and then they will demolish the existing school, and the athletic fields for that new school will be basically in the general area where the current school is located. This is just a repeat of something that's in the case report. The chart showing you the general development standards that are applicable to the R5A district, and then specifically for this proposed school use at this particular site. There isn't a great deal of change in terms of setbacks. There are some other districts on this particular block with this school, but those are side yards for the single-family district, so we don't have the same restriction in terms of front yard setback continuity that would normally apply. I'm just going to take you around the site. This is the site from East Keast Boulevard, looking east. And then I'm going to work my way around counterclockwise. This is an existing entry drive where the service area is. This area right here is where there's going to be athletic fields on the property, baseball, softball, football. And then I'm going to work my way, like I said, counterclockwise. Start to see some of the single family. This is what I was referring to, the single family that is located adjacent to the property. This is actually a side yard that's facing on East Keast Boulevard. Whoops, I keep going backwards. And then this is that same single family lot from the front. Looking at the undeveloped multifamily 2A across East Keast Boulevard. You can see the library in the background. And then directly across from the existing main entry of the school, there's a single family back behind in the R5A. You see the undeveloped multifamily lot to the right and the library to the left. And then looking at the library, Working away down the other side of, or the other end of East Keys Boulevard, this is looking back towards the direction of the campus. This is the large surface lot that serves the public library. Another undeveloped portion of property across from the site. You can see the electrical tower in the photo here. This is actually, there's a utility easement, an Encore property that runs along the east side of the campus site. Looking towards Sunnyvale Street. And then this is the same side of the street as the campus. The campus is on the left of this photo, the single family to the right, and then this is the utility easement, the Encore property that runs through. There's a public pathway that runs through there. Then looking back towards the campus. This is a location of the existing athletic fields. They're kind of hard to see behind the parking there, but there are some athletic fields there. And then looking back towards the campus again, the other existing curb cut. And then the existing entry, basically right across from where the library is. So the proposed site plan, you can see the campus or the new building will be built on the eastern portion of the property. Students will continue to attend classes in the existing building, and then when they move to the new campus or to the new building, that existing building will be demolished, and then they will develop the remainder of the site with the athletic fields and the parking that you see here. This is probably going to be hard to see, but I'm not really sure if you'll be able to make this out very well, but I'm going to give it a try. You can kind of see the footprint of the existing campus showing over here on the western portion of the property. And then what you're seeing in blue is the footprint of the new campus over to the east, and some paving here in the middle, in the front and the east side, and then athletic fields where the existing campus is. So the applicant provided some information about the existing traffic operations for the existing school. And as I mentioned in the case report, predominantly right now, the queuing and student drop-off and pickup occur on the public rights-of-way. Both sides of East Keys Boulevard apparently get pretty backed up. There is some student drop-off and pickup that happens in the library lot across the way, and then in some of the side streets in the residential areas also collect some of that traffic and parking during the peak times for drop-off and pickup. So this is existing condition, but with the new development, all of the queuing is proposed to be taking place on the school side of the property, not in the public right-of-way. And it is specified also that there's no queuing, there's no parking, there's no drop-off and pickup on the rights-of-way or at the surface lot for the library across the street. So everything is contained within the campus. And I have this just for reference in case we need it, but there's an appendix to the traffic management plan. This is in the case report as well, showing some signage that's going to be proposed, but this is really going to get worked out more at permitting. And staff recommendation is approval, subject to the site plan, traffic management plan, and conditions as shown in the docket.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Treadway, questions?
Thank you. I love that the queuing can happen on the property. Nice job.
That is ideal whenever it can be made to happen, yes.
So I did not realize that there was a public lot basically across in connection with the library. So my question is going to relate to parking.
Mm-hmm.
So I read in the report that 105 spaces are required, but 183 are proposed. So can you just talk a little bit about why all this parking is needed, especially given you've got overflow across the street?
So my understanding from the applicant, because staff asked this exact question, and you'll notice in that section of the case report that that is really the only area where staff would recommend something different than what is being proposed, because we would like to encourage less pavement and possibly sharing of the lot across the street. The applicant has stated that the reason for the overflow parking has to do with special event parking, but staff would again recommend that you look into a sharing agreement with the public library across the street. This is not something that we can require, but it is something that we certainly would recommend. And we also asked them to look into other ways of reducing the amount of pavement, such as possibly using compact spaces or an alternate type of pavement that would be permeable.
Do you know how many spaces are at the library?
I didn't count, but it's a massive lot. I can look that up quickly.
That would be helpful, and it's public. Anyone can park there, right?
I don't know about that exactly. I mean, it's a public library. I think I would probably have to defer to city attorney's office on that. I mean, I think you can park there, but I don't know that you could rely on it for your overflow parking as a rule without going into an agreement with them.
Okay, so I'll follow up with the city attorney. Thank you.
Thank you, and also a good question for the applicant. Commissioner Standard?
I do want to ask you something about the parking. Wouldn't you think that, okay, I'm assuming because obviously this is a very sports-oriented school. They've got a baseball field, a soccer field, and are planning for a football field. So you're going to have, obviously, they've put a lot into having 3 fields at a school. And isn't the library across Keys Boulevard?
It is.
Okay, so isn't that a very big thoroughfare? How would someone, my feeling is this, and tell me if I'm correct or not. If you're coming to see your kids, and one thing you have to think is the functionality. I want to drive to the school. There might be simultaneously a baseball, a soccer, a football practice going on. Parents go to this. I can't imagine, I agree. I'm always trying to stop cement. But what is the realist of parking across Keast, and how are these people safely going to get across without walking all the way down to so-and-so?
So this is one of the reasons that it's not part of the staff recommendation formally. This is something that we've asked them to look into to see if it is feasible. It's a 4-lane divided road. It's not something that I want a lot of kids to be running across regularly. However, I would point out that this is a middle school campus, not a high school campus, so I think the crowds are going to be different. If there is a way that they could look into sharing parking with surrounding uses and they can reduce the pavement, we would appreciate that. If they can't feasibly do it, we're not recommending to, not approve the case or change the recommendation in any way.
And what is the population of this school, the number of students? Approximately.
800?
833.
About
Okay.
800, yeah.
So with 833, would it seem unreasonable to have 80 extra spaces potentially for coming to sports things by parents? Would you think that's unreasonable at a school?
We asked them to look into possibly reducing the parking and the paving if they can. If it's not feasible, then that's certainly at their discretion.
But you do agree that schools do have a lot of events. In fact, not even just that. They've got music events. They have all sorts of things going on at a middle school that parents do come to attend, possibly. Would you agree? That's my question mark.
Do I agree with what you said? I think it is possible that there are a number of events, but I think that the applicant is going to know that best. And so if it's not feasible, then we're not recommending, or we're not changing our recommendation. We're just asking if there's a way to reduce the pavement.
Sometimes I think it's good to give leeway to public schools. Don't you, Jennifer?
I think we need to stick to this particular case that we have at hand.
Thank you. Commissioner Standard, you got one of my questions ahead of me again. You're not apparently are sharing notes today. Commissioner Blair, followed by Commissioner Herbert.
Good morning, or it's afternoon, it's afternoon, good afternoon. I know I'm gonna be wrong for half a second. I love this. I love the traffic management plan.
I knew
This
you
is
would.
absolutely wonderful. So
I knew you would. I was thinking of you when I put that slide in that showed existing versus now.
Okay, so my question is along the lines of parking when you said, if I'm correct, you guys did ask that they consider compact parking?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware that in this particular section of the city, we like big cars? The bigger, the
Is it wrong that
better.
I have a song playing in my head right now? Right. I thought I heard you going there, right? Yeah.
So, are you aware if you reduce or if you require compact parking, what you're doing is losing parking because what we're going to do is park our car in 2 spots? Are you aware of that?
So the question at hand, I will say that we're not requiring compact parking.
Okay.
We're simply asking that it's look for ways to reduce the paving, and those are such as examples. So it could be, it's a reminder that the code does allow up to 35% of the required parking to be compact spaces. There is a surface lot across the way. Can you look into sharing? Can you look at alternate pavement material that would be permeable? Just as an example, and again, this is simply an ask in terms of reducing the non-permeable surface, and if it's not feasible, staff is wholeheartedly recommending approval as is with that simple ask.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Yes,
So what you're saying is, just so that I get it right, is that you're not asking for any reduction in parking, you're not asking for any changes, you're only making the recommendation and the suggestion to the applicant that they consider some alternatives, but it is not a requirement for your approval.
Correct.
Thank you.
Right. So remember, I'll take a minute to plug the parking thing. Staff would always love a reduction in parking, but it's minimums. That doesn't say that a developer can't provide more based on what they know the needs of the site to be. And so if this is a time when they know that they need more because of the events, and I think also this was a community ask that we want cars off the street. We want cars out of the library, that we don't want kids in, we don't want parking in the neighborhood streets. We want this all kept on site. And so I think that they were being responsive to the community concerns and asks. So if they know they need more, we support this as is.
Thank you. Commissioner Wheeler.
And also, doesn't the school sit in more than one thoroughfare? It sits at both Keys and at Illinois? Or is it a little farther down in Illinois?
Illinois is further down.
A little bit farther down?
Mhm.
Okay.
There's actually the utility right-of-way, then there's Sunnyvale Street, and then a little bit of single family, and then you get to East Illinois. Mhm.
Commissioner Herbert.
Yes, thank you. So a couple things. Those are 6 lanes that we have to cross. And often, I lived in that area for a long time, still own a home. My mother lives in that area, and we do experience a lot of traffic, especially when it's time to vote. A lot of the other schools in the neighborhood have already started this transition plan. So schools have closed, students have moved on, voting sites have closed, and just recently, Holmes was a voting site, and the library was a voting site, and we literally were chasing each other's tails. Question. Do we know how many people this school will serve? The new school, I'm sorry, not the...
That's going to be a question for the applicant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Other question or comment. The parking lot at Paul Dunbar, did you see the size of those those parking spots? They're pretty compact. Last question and clarity statement is that library is the only one for several miles, and it serves a large amount of people, and it gets crowded at certain times of the year. So just wanted to put those notes out there. Not really a question, but yeah, that recently we were using the school's parking lot to vote across the street at the library. Just FYI. So just wanted to put those things out there and hope that we do more homework on what's happening in that community when we present. But thank you.
Commissioner Carpenter.
Ms. Algar, my questions are about the magnitude of the athletic fields on this particular site, because this is far more than a typical middle school usually has. Do we know, is DISD planning to use this as some sort of like regional or area athletic facility?
That would be a great question for the applicant.
Okay, that did not come up. Okay, well, my question then, given the number of cases we have had in the time I've been on CPC where athletic fields present issues to neighbors, and we have neighbors here to the west and to the northwest with a 10-foot separation, I don't see any conditions whatsoever in the SUP conditions about ball fields, so hours, days. They have digital scoreboards. There's not much separate. It looks like a 4-foot chain link fence, press box. It looks like pretty intensive athletic activity.
So there's a 20-foot separation, just to say. I mean, I know that's not a whole lot more when you're talking about a football field.
Yeah.
So we did discuss
amplified
what
music.
reactions they got from the neighbors in their outreach. They indicated that they didn't have concerns expressed from the neighborhood. I'll allow them to go into that more. But again, this is something that if the commission feels that there needs to be some restrictions in terms of times and whatever they may be related to the athletic fields, these things could be added as a condition.
I have one other question. I don't see lights on this plan. If lights were wanted down the road, would that be something they could do by right, or would lights have to come back here as some kind of a new zoning change or an amendment?
So I did ask if they were proposing any lights at the athletic fields. They're not at this time. Since that lighting is not required lighting, say for a parking lot or something like that, technically they need to come back here and add that to the site plan. Whether or not Development Services would make them come back for that or not, I can't answer that for them.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ask questions at the hearing.
Thank you. Commissioner Stanner.
Yes. I had two questions. You got me on that lighting. Okay. One of my questions is about procedure, because you suggested about the permeable surface, and we're trying to get something codified on that. But are we able in this to require a percentage of permeable surface on the parking?
You could put restrictions on the amount of impervious surface on the property.
Okay. Because I know that in some parking lots, what they do is put a proportion, and I'm not an engineer, but isn't that correct, on the front part of it, that part of it will be cement and part more permeable to absorb the water. Have you seen that before?
I mean, yes. Okay. I don't know, we don't have any limits put in at this point, but we certainly could if that were.
It is a question that I'm asking, is it possible? So I guess that's it, and I would hope that before we get to this afternoon, maybe we could get someone to say what we could possibly do on that. At any rate, I'll look into that.
So I think I would just say that we did have discussions about this with the applicant in terms of alternate paving material or something like that. So hopefully they've looked into it a little
Right.
bit more since then and can address that for you.
And as you know, although I love DISD and am their biggest advocate, on the other hand, I always think if you put something in, they have to do it as opposed to optional. Okay, my other question is about lighting, because I'm also a person that believes in that we're not anymore in 30-foot lights that, you know, maybe requiring some not so high lighting that doesn't, particularly on that west side that is right by, you know, where those fields, because I'm sure they're going to have some lighting just for security out there, even though they're not lighting the fields per se. I'm saying that I would think the lights on the west side might need to be more of it, the 15-foot height as opposed to the 30-foot height that goes right in your bedroom windows. Anyway, thanks.
Mr. Chair, if I may, real quick, to Commissioner Stannard's question about the permeable parking, if that is a condition that this body wants to do, it would have to it would have to explain how it makes the use more compatible. So would have to explain how how permeable parking lot would make the public school more compatible to the surrounding properties.
Well, what about when we put cement? Okay, I'm asking the city attorney this question. Would it be reasonable to suggest that where we're putting extra parking places than what is required, trying not to have cement so much, that putting permeable gives more area for storm water runoff?
That, as a non-engineer, Commissioner Stannard, that rationale makes sense to me, but I would defer to Mr. Navarez in Development Services about some of those water.
But that would be enough reasoning behind it to potentially include it. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, if I said like 15%, and that's one of my reasonings.
Sorry.
No, I'm just saying, hypothetically, if I said a certain percentage of the parking lot must be permeable, made of permeable surface materials, that the reasoning would be enough to say for the stormwater runoff for the extra cement. You can just say yes. Enough of me.
It's a safe answer.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hampton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just two quick follow-ups on the discussion per lighting and the outdoor sports cart. Was there any discussion with the applicant about considering, how to address outdoor noise speakers? I see there's a press box on site, perhaps hours of operation, and if there was non-required lighting, non-code required lighting relative to these sports courts, that they, would have provisions associated with them. Was that anything that you had discussed with the applicant?
We didn't discuss the loudspeakers. We discussed the lighting, whether they were proposing it or not, and they weren't at this time, so that's basically where that discussion ended.
Okay. I'm happy to follow up with the applicant. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Herbert, please.
So just currently on site, you're not supposed to park on Keys, and there is a lane for parents to drive in and out. Are we expanding that area?
Which area?
The area in front of the school where parents are currently driving and or have the choice to and decide not to, in my opinion. A lot of them don't drive into that area. There's parking and then there's a lane to walk through, to drive through. Some parents drive through it, I've noticed, and pick up their kids. Some people stay on Keast. And I know a part of your presentation is that we're gonna have off-street parking, off-street queuing for students. It's there now, so are we making that better or?
So the area that you're seeing at the bottom of the screen here, I believe is roughly similar to the area that you're referring to that currently exists. There is an added loop that
Okay.
goes around this new small parking lot. The solid lines here are queue spots. Drop off and pickup is not supposed to occur there until they go around the loop and then pick up within these designated areas. That is the, I guess, parent drop off and pickup area. And then we're also adding, and I believe currently the buses queue in this area, right? So the buses will not share this area that is designated for parent drop-off and pickup. The buses now have their own designated area on the east side of the property, their own entrance, and they will go around and queue in the back of the school. And students who take buses will, load the buses there, and then they will exit out that same. So there's no crossing of, standard vehicles versus buses.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for explaining that. Thank you.
Other questions, commissioners?
Yes.
Please, Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jennifer, I think that this is a good plan, and I appreciate the good work that you've been doing on it, you and the applicant. In our conversations, we mainly talked about the areas around the periphery, including the queuing line, the bus line, and then also walking trails. In our conversations, I requested that there be ongoing conversations with the North Texas Council of Governments or TxDOT or the authorities for those areas, and also considering a public-private partnership with the library across the street. And the notion behind that is based on the discussion with North Texas Council of Governments or other authorities and their willingness to depress the road so that we have a promenade that would make it a safe trek across the street to the library and potentially include the library in their conversation. However, we didn't want that conversation to stop the school going forward, and they have agreed to have ongoing conversations with me, and I'm wondering if you had that same, or do you have that same kind of feeling that they'll have an ongoing conversation to still deal with those concerns?
Mr. Chair, if I may, I think we've kind of got off topic from the SUP at hand.
Thank you. Okay, well, so has there been any discussion about parking in the adjacent easement on the east portion of the site where the 12-foot walking trail is?
No, as that property is owned by Encore.
But can there be a parking agreement similar to what we're discussing with the library across the street? Just to say that if we require more parking and where that might be able to go, my biggest issue is that there's a sea of parking in front of this beautifully designed school. That'll create a heat island and all kinds of things, and I don't think it gives us the right perspective on a social justice academy and how the community would want to come and approach the site. So that's why I've asked for those ongoing conversations. But primarily, if we were to have this queuing, why did it not occur south of the football field where we have it in plan to the west? Do you have?
I will defer to the applicant on that.
Also, with the required 105 spaces, my understanding is that the 183 is proposed because of those fields and the social justice nature of some of the outdoor areas. Is that your understanding also?
They just, they described it as parking for special events, all inclusive.
And this question is for legal. Would it be appropriate to require cogeneration systems inside the building, like solar panels or some sort of cogenerating energy source as a use of the land?
Commissioner, you would have to explain how that makes the use more compatible to the surrounding properties. And I would struggle to see that, but I can be convinced.
If I could, well, so it would be along the same lines as EV charging stations. and that provide, I guess, relief to the electric grid and also multimodality for the people that are coming. But for the school itself, it would ease the electric grid in the area and not be so much of an eyesore as the electric transmission lines, I guess I would say. Moreover, I'm looking at a sustainable community to build a school that then reflects where we're going in terms of energy and land use as good stewards of our land and environment. Was that convincing enough?
Let's talk about it during the next break, Commissioner.
Yes.
I would like to interject here to make sure that we're understanding that this is separately owned property. So I understand the idea where you're coming from, but those power lines are a public utility, and we can't dictate any change to that.
Well, I mean, put solar panels on the roof of the new building so that we relieve the grid for the area, and we're creating a pretty large building here that will have an effect on the local grid. Also, because in that same lane, myself and some of the other commissioners wanted to discuss permeable parking and permeable concrete as one of those energy-saving measures that I would want to put in the conditions, which is why I preferenced that question. And then, so lastly, my understanding is that the students that are existing on the campus will still be there while this other structure is being
That's
built.
correct. That's my understanding from the applicant, yes.
Could we, or has there been a discussion about a construction traffic management plan that regulates the ingress and egress of construction material, equipment, in line with operations of a school?
Not as part of the zoning case. I'm sure that they can expand upon this a little bit, but I do know, just earlier this week, went to a neighborhood meeting in preparation for another school that has already come through the public hearing process. And when it gets to that point, my understanding is that they continue the outreach and they have those construction traffic plans. They discuss those with parents, that's an ongoing part of the discussion, but it was not part of the zoning case that we discussed.
Council, is it prudent to require a construction traffic management plan in addition to the typical TMP?
That is something that is regulated by Chapter 52 already.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, we will brief the rest of the cases, commissioners, the certificates of appropriateness before we hear them. So we'll go back to the beginning of the docket. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the public hearing portion. We'll begin